Grace, okay, yeah, thank you. Host again, perfect. We will wait a little bit for the reviewers to come in, and then we'll start. I've seen the concept board really well. Maybe one thing I will ask you, perhaps Luke or Asade, at the moment in which reviewers are in, if you can post the concept board link again at the chat, because if we post it now, they're not going to see it. So as soon as they come in, if we can post the link of the concept board. Grace, I posted the link of the concept board to
Thank
you
you
to have a look and hang around for social media purposes. You want to? The proposal for this year, Grace, are at the far right of the concept board.
Okay, thank you.
That's a material for the final review. Hello, Wendy. Welcome. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Edson is coming in. Oh, perfect. 1:00. That's impressive timing. Edson, welcome. How are you?
Hi, Margarita. I'm well. How are you doing?
Good.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Edson.
Good to see you.
You too.
Okay, perfect. So we essentially have you two. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe start in a moment. We will have Cordula later in an hour or so. And then at the end, Kentara will join us. But the pillars of our review today are Wendy and Edson. And I'm really pleased to have them, and we all are. So since it's 1:01 and we're all here ready, I'm going to go ahead and present. So since we're already on YouTube, so we'll ask everyone to open the camera, Chris and Jiachi perhaps. And so we'll get started. So welcome everyone. First of all, to thank Wendy and Edson to come, presenting both of them now. So Wendy Redfield is our Associate Professor of Architecture at the School of Architecture at Tulane, and she has a Master of Architecture from the University of Virginia. And thank you for coming. She's teaching several studios and have been also in the positions of leadership as Associate Dean in the past here at the School of Architecture. We have also Edson Cabalfin, who is a Master's of Architecture in the Philippines. And then he had his Master's of Sciences at the University of Cincinnati, and then the Doctor in Philosophy at Cornell University. He's the Director of SciC Program, Social Innovation and Social Entrepreneurship, as well as Associate Dean for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So when Cordula Rose will join us, I will introduce her. Maybe we do a pause. And with that, I'm going to present the studio, first of all, and the context and logistics and frameworks of this studio. Then we'll move into students' presentations. So in a moment also, students will post at the chat, perhaps even it's already done, the link to the concept board in case you want to have a look. But mainly we're going to move through PowerPoint presentation as a line of narrative used by the students. And then with that and the help of the concept board, we can have a dialogue. So if you do not have questions, I'm going to move into the studio presentation. Let me share screen first of all. Are you seeing a whole screen correctly?
Now we are, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So this is the research studio called The Future of Ports. In this map, in red, orange, and yellow, you can see the higher elevation in relation to the sea. And that is above sea level, red, orange, and yellow. And the facilities of the port inside the two frames in pink. More specifically, we are studying the metropolitan area of New Orleans inside the floodwalls in a post-industrial scenario of the migration of the container port outside the city. This hypothetical migration of the port of New Orleans outside the city will liberate land along the Mississippi River and at the Industrial Canal, both in high ground in an otherwise flat fluvial delta. In this map diagram in vertical in yellow, you see the area of the studio for these last 3 years, which is an area called the Industrial Canal. or also Inner Harbor Navigation Canal that was dug artificially in the 1920s, connecting the Mississippi River with the Lake Pontchartrain to the north. For next semester, the studio will work along the Mississippi River where the main port facilities are. But for this year, we have been focusing on that industrial canal. The industrial canal or Inner Harbor Navigation Canal connects the waters of the Mississippi River at higher elevation with the Lake Pontchartrain and the network of canals at sea level or slightly above sea level. The connection is made through the canal lock that you can see written at the image. That is this canal lock is a water elevator infrastructure that is becoming increasingly outdated due to increasingly big ships willing to pass through. Although a project of growing the canal in length and width has been approved, the resistance by society is consistent. The studio takes the position of not considering this new project, but working with that what exists already. The network of canals that you can see at your diagram in your right is the industrial canal in blue, connecting the Mississippi River with the lake, as has been mentioned, the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway in green, and the so-called Mr. Go waterway closed after Hurricane Katrina in 2005. In this context, the studio explores a linear mixed-use city that architecturally integrates into the urban fabric of the city different types of infrastructure such as energy, waste, water, mobility, transport, etc. So being all these systems, non-living systems, we call them, integrating non-living systems into the urban fabric of the city, of this linear city. The mission of the studio is the integration of both non-living infrastructure as well as living infrastructure, such as green-blue infrastructures like urban forests, wetlands, and ecotones for biodiversity increase in the city over time. Zooming in a bit, this is the area of work. A scale comparison to give a sense of the size of that looks like this, is a 5 miles stretch of land, twice the length of Central Park or the Washington Mall. In terms of its atmosphere, we can see a photo survey starting from the south at the mouth of the Mississippi River, where waters are at the higher elevation in a bracket of 14 feet above sea level in yellow, with the canal lock in red. That is this elevator of water that moves ships from the level of 14 feet to 0 to the north. A view of the canal lock at the end of the Mississippi River is looking like this. The canal lock, with its aging infrastructures of bridges, and a documentary by Josh Lewis called Locked, is opposing the project of the canal lock. Entrance to the canal lock. From the canal towards the north, where you can see flood walls along that are at this higher elevation, separating the neighborhood to the east and to the west from the canal. We'll talk about flood walls later. The industrial canal from the south that has a range of 300 to 450 feet wide. Aerial view of the context with long-term leases. The second canal lock to the north that connects a regime of water that is quite more homogeneous between the canal and the lake, except when there is a set of storm surges. Under the bridge from the Lake Pontchartrain, looking at the industrial canal to the north. The Port of New Orleans infrastructure is active at the river with important cranes moving containers on this area in blue. And it has invested recently in the river downstream in the area of Violet, located down here, implicitly leaving the industrial canal as a secondary priority here. As mentioned, the studio explores, let's take this, explores the idea of densifying higher ground along the industrial canal in the context of a post-industrial future without port activity. The zoning is now Port New Orleans, industrial in purple at your left, with adjacencies in red as commercial zones. The vision for the studio is the integration of commercial activities along with mixed-use linear city on the land of Port Nola. The existing flood walls, and that's a critical point, the existing flood walls in blue to the left have a range of 12 to 15 feet in elevation above sea level. And they constitute the edge of the so-called bowl of New Orleans that is with parts below sea level to the north, located here. The proposal of the studio is to test a new flood wall, and here is the diagram of existing and new in red. Proposal of the studio is to test a new flood wall in red at 25 feet in a position that allowed topography to cover it with a smooth slope in a range of 2 to 6%. This topographical continuity east-west will allow urban integration with existing neighborhoods from the east to the west, as well as a set of floating bridges that can allow and the northern part allow this continuity, urban continuity. Looking at this integration we were just mentioning, here it's a section, a transversal section, where you see inside the bowl of the city, a transversal section through the canal. Here we see the canal in section that is 10 meters deep, 30 meters deep. And then from here to here, you have the width of the left side of the industrial canal, looking at the north. From here to the left is inside the bowl of the city with a range of -8 to 1 feet above sea level or below sea level. The idea here is to test a flood wall in that position in the middle of the industrial canal left side at 25. Last year we tried 20, this year we're trying 25. That forms an urban ridge on top of the flood wall and constitutes this new topography for the new redevelopment on that side. This is happening in the context of a new flood wall to the eastern side of the industrial canal that is now at 25 feet, that we will see in a moment. As I was mentioning, the section we just saw a moment ago is a transversal section taken through the canal in this position. And we were studying the left side of the industrial canal. So that new lake-borne surge barrier here, this new flood wall that was built after Katrina, is this section here, has a 25, 26 feet above sea level. So it's comparable to, this line is comparable to the new ridge that will emerge in this linear city as a whole, as a spine, to have a redundancy system in relation to the existing new investment at the citadel, of the edge of the citadel. Just a reminder that the transversal section of New Orleans in that direction is what is called the Mississippi River being in that side, then the lake in the other, Mississippi here, lake here, and this famous well-known bowl that is the city, where the lowest parts of the city are to the north and the highest along the river. With this topographical context, in addition to mixed-use linear city, the studio urban vision explores the idea of a linear forest as a green belt for New Orleans waterfront. That's the image to the left, as well as an urban ecotone and waterscape infrastructure aiming to increase biodiversity over time and act as a break wave infrastructure to the right. These two ideas are the result of 2 years of study in previous research studio, and that are incorporated and pushed further by this third generation of students in studio. As you can see, students have proposed different projects. From the north, in red, you see projects from this year, Mitch, Arun, Azadeh, and Mario. And in black, you see projects from last year. All projects are inserted into this collective urban vision plan for 2100. Continuing towards the south, we keep seeing different urban projects inserted into a common matrix that finally arrives to the Mississippi River. In this context, just the last few slides are a little bit of consideration in relation to what the port means. When we talk about the Port of New Orleans, we understand that there are many ports, many types of ports. There is this oil and gas port infrastructure that is mainly located upstream New Orleans, and it's based off Gulf of Mexico oil platforms, pipes, and petrochemical plants that are at a larger scale if we zoom out. So we're not talking about this type of port that is another large scale theme, but more talking about the container ports that are the ones that are running fluvial along the Mississippi River. And due to the increase of the size of ships and with the Panamax and the Super Panamax, it's increasingly difficult to keep the economic activity in the river. And it's globally moving towards open seas with intermodal hubs. So the idea here is to consider the future of a city that do not have container port in the city, but maybe in the Gulf of Mexico towards Houston, in Galveston, etc. And perhaps goods are moved transversally east-west with land bridges. In any case, the context in which we study the hypothetical transformation of this piece of land into a linear city. And of course, the elephant in the room is sea level rise here. So the sea level rise prospects for us is to consider that we are going to work in these couple of frameworks of in pink, where our scenario is to inhabit this higher ground in the with the prospect of a maximum of 3 degrees Celsius of global warming, which means something we can afford in section in this artificial spine at 25 above sea level. So the idea of holding the city until the 3 degrees Celsius means to also, of course, consider any energy transition away from oil and gas, but that's a long-term thing. And the question in relation to that is how to integrate energy transition into the metropolis to contribute to this both energy reduction consumption and energy transition away from oil and gas into renewables. But that's like a background for the studio. In terms of pedagogical objectives, for the graduate students is essentially to train architects that are experts in material assembly, as it has always been in our education as architects, but also in systems reassembly, thinking that water systems, vegetation systems, energy systems, and all these have spatial implications. And when you rethink them, retrofit them, rethink them in the space of the city, they need to be redesigned formally. So the objective is to spatially test urban models of cohabitation and that integrate urban and natural systems. So for this is what we're going to do is to move into this group of projects. We have 10 projects, everyone with 10 minutes. The first group of 2 students is water harvesting, civic nodes and urban joints, city bridges, inhabited water infrastructure and cultural nodes, resiliency hub and mobility hub. Those are overarching themes, but are individual projects that everyone has taken on. So without further ado, we leave the screen to Azadeh. If you have, however, any question, Edson particularly, and Wendy, happy to respond. Good.
Still digesting. Ready for more input now.
Thank you. Okay, so Azadeh, the floor is
Can I
yours.
share my screen?
Yes.
I think I cannot share.
Let me see. Just a moment. Now?
Oh, yeah.
Let everyone co-host now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Azadeh Raoufi, and I am presenting my project for the Future of Ports Studio class. My program focus is water interdependent communities. For the first part of my project, I did some researches about air pollution and water pollution in metropolitan scale. And the following slides are outcomes of my research in that part.
Sorry.
We have a lot of industries, petrochemical industries running along Mississippi River. And that led to air pollution in that area. There are some researchers about this problem, and Forensic Architecture in London developed research and tracked the spread of air pollution in Death Alley and map that air pollution in that area. As you can see in this picture, they tried to map those air pollution from in one regular day from 7 a.m. till 5 p.m. and map all pollution in that area to see what happens in that area with all industries running. This is that map. And this is a simulation of that, all those air pollution. And this is how we can see in our part, we can see New Orleans and Baton Rouge. This is the path of that air pollution. As you can see, most of that air pollution is particle PM2.5, which is particles in this PM2.5 is very dangerous particles, which can increase mortality from lung cancer and heart disease. People are exposed in daily life to these particles a lot. Another part is about water pollution. There is another research carried out by Environmental Working Group, which they developed their research along the Cancer Alley, which you can see this is here, Mississippi River. And downstream of the Mississippi River, New Orleans, all the chemical and heavy metal contaminants remains as source of the pollutions. It shows that more than 3 million people in Louisiana are regularly exposed to unsafe levels of chemicals in their drinking water. So based on these researches, we can realize that the current potable water source, Mississippi River, is not reliable. Due to its high volume of chemical pollutants. There is a need for alternative resources to replace or complement this current water source. Maybe there is no solution for the air as long as industry is running, but I am testing potential solution for the water supply that can gradually alleviate its dangerous condition. First proposal is using a rainwater harvesting system, which can be a resource to be replaced or complemented with the current water source. Rainwater harvesting system would have several benefits. Has very low chemical contamination compared to contaminated water down from Mississippi River. The cost of treatment would be lower. Smaller facilities would suffice. Rainwater harvesting will reduce runoff waters and would help manage the quantity of stormwater entering the city wastewater drainage system. This would act as an effective step toward the centralized water management system. As you can see, this is a table of water annual precipitation in New Orleans. You can see there is 1,381 millimeter per year, which is a high amount of water, and it is practical for rainwater harvesting system to use in our project. Our hypothesis is first implementing decentralized plans, local rainwater harvesting, local greywater treatment plants, increasing green areas and landscape to decrease polluted air and moderate the ecology destroyed by industry. Second, operating at community scale to be more cost effective, most manageable, and self-governed and in control of each neighborhood. Right now we have potable water that comes from Mississippi River, which is very contaminated with harmful substances, and also due to failure in city water supply system. As you know, more frequent boil water advisories shows the scale of this failure. So another alternative for our water sources is implementing the potable water plant from Lake Pontchartrain. I did some research about this proposal. There are lots of stations, and the data gathered from those stations shows a low concentration of saline and low TDS, which makes Lake Pontchartrain as a suitable candidate for potable water treatment in a city with low investment. So in our project, we are going to replace having rainwater as a one resource, and this is backup for that resource. And we are going to remove city water supply and replace this water from Lake Pontchartrain, replace with our city supply. In design procedure, first step was knowing more about our project area. This is a photo survey. This is my area of my project, which has it is a length 1.5 kilometer length and almost 900,000 square meter area. This is existing flood wall. We are proposing another flood wall here with a height of 25 feet. As you can see, this is existing flood wall and the land, and this is what we are proposing in our project. These are the current situation. As you can see, the cyan color is the existing ground, and we are proposing this ground. So we have slopes. These are our buildings, current buildings, which we are going to relocate them in our project. These are the I gathered information about all buildings here and categorize them, and we are not going to remove them. We are, as a part of our plan, we are going to relocate them. These buildings, mostly underground of our new hybrid building, because most of them are stores and industries which is good to go underground of our hybrid buildings. This is my section again. First of all, first step was to follow grid network of the city. So I divided my part to blocks, which follows a grid of the city and the blocks of corresponding to the blocks in its neighborhood. Another step is to connecting two sides of the industrial canals with the bridges, proposing some bridges. So maintain the commuting routes of the neighborhoods. In the design procedure, in the second step of my design, I am proposing design solution for site and buildings responding to our water management system. We are going to have system of rain catchers on ground and on roof as well. And our rainwater harvesting system in each block would provide 3 types of water. First of all, very clean water, which we are gathering from roofs and using for potable water. Second, clean water, like landscape. We are gathering water from landscape of each block and use that for food production. And third is less clean water, which we are going to gather from streets and use it for irrigation purpose. And this is the first step of my concept design. This is each one block in my neighborhood. These are rain catchers on roofs, and these are rain catchers on ground. We are going to gather water with these rain catchers. This is how it is going to be, our program going to be in our neighborhood. Each block are going to be like this, but based on the density of each block, this combination can change. This is a view of this block together, but this is a dense view of this combination of this block, but we are proposing a less dense because of the environment. It is proper for environment to decrease the density of this block beside each other. Another purpose we have in this program is to have hybrid buildings in combination with a streetscape and to create a lively environment. This combination can create a live environment in that area. And these buildings are going to have some different functions, commercial, offices, and residential, to respond to the people needs in that area. This is how these buildings are.
2 minutes.
Oh no. This is site design. The first, it was very dense, but in second step, I decreased the density and add some detention pond for gathering water from landscape. This is a section from section of site, and this is a layout with floating bridge with this detention pond. And with wetlands, as you can see, this is our pond, which gather water, pump it to tank, and use it for irrigation. These are our plans. First, it is a commercial. This is all open. People commute to that. It is walkable place. Second is entertainment, community garden. Third is offices. And after that, there would be residential buildings, all in other levels. As you can see, they are going toward the end, and this is the roof. This is a section. We are gathering water from the roofs and collecting here. According to our flood wall, this slope, gathering water in this, in a street, and in end of our landscape here and here. This is a layout of each block. We are going to have collective space. These collective space are going to repeat in all of these empty space, as you can see in this plan. There are some gym and game room, or quiet one library and TV room, and they are going to be repeat in a different area. This is my water system. And gathering water, potable and treated here, and going to use for residential, and also gray water here treated and goes to household. This is the basement. Our existing buildings are going to go in basement, and this is the utilities and water. We are gathering rainwater and use for that block, as well use for other sharing with all community through this line, as you can see. This is the our rain catcher here, 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 and use the water for our community. This is the plan. This is rainwater harvesting, how it's shared through our community. This is the plant for a potable water plant from Lake Pontchartrain, which is going to be replaced for water supply with water supply of city as a second solution. You can see these two together in this slide. About the rainwater harvesting, people use 113 gallons per person per day use water. So I did some calculation with formula and amount of water, rainwater we have. And as I said, there are some different purpose for using our water. And here in our calculation, each roof can be a base to evaluate our option. First resolution would be high density. So we use all of blocks full of those buildings. So yeah, so fed 1,800 person. Also with water from the block landscape, we gather 400,000 cubic meter. You can imagine this can be used for 6,000 ton to grow 6,000 ton of tomato. You can imagine how much it is. And the street for irrigation. Another alternative is low density, which decreases the density and also decreases, we decrease the height of the buildings from high rise to low rise with less population. So we are going to feed 1,250 per person, but all other parts are same as the first solution. So the goal is, in our project, the goal is implementing decentralized plans, also operating at community scale. We can extend this solution to all parts of this linear city, and we hope we can do this for all of our region. Thank you. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Azadeh. We have 10 minutes or so. Edson, Wendy, you have the floor.
I was trying to find, Azadeh, your presentation, just so I can refer back to some of the other images on the concept board. Can you tell me where to find it?
What slide?
It's the first one.
It is? Okay.
It's the first column, but the final review is located at the far right of the concept board, and in that block.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. So here you have the first one. It's in order.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Well, I guess I could just start with some general comments, maybe questions that are, I don't know if they're actual questions or just kind of things to think about for all of us. First of all, I just want to say there's an enormous amount of work here that's really valuable, and it's great to see. I really admire the thoroughness and the kind of really, so we're on the meticulousness of your data and your figures and the research that you did, how much water would be produced relative to our rainfall, et cetera, et cetera. Where is the water coming from now? How much filtration would be needed versus collecting rain? You know, there was a lot that, but it was all clearly related to this story that you're telling. So I really appreciate that. This comment is for you, Azadeh, but it's also, I guess, for the prof and the studio in general. It's really nice to see this, and I almost wish, oh, well, it is going to be a book, and I can review it more carefully at my leisure. It's really important work. Some of the things that I was thinking about as you were presenting were things like, you know, if this sector, you know, this industrial canal linear city, I think someone called it a linear city area, is going to be dedicated to this sort of new paradigm of how to work with water with the assumption that the rest of the landmass of New Orleans is going to be, relatively speaking, undisturbed. In other words, that there's some acknowledgement, there's historical structures everywhere, and there is a certain way of life that's supported by the urban neighborhoods and plans and typologies that we already have. So kind of scraping it all and starting over is not an option, or certainly not a good one. So I like that premise, but it makes me wonder if, my thought would then be, and this is where it's kind of a question, because it was slightly unclear to me, whether the development in this linear city could be servicing infrastructure, mainly water, right? For a much larger swath of the city is where I'm going. In the early days of sustainability, we used to talk about when photovoltaics came into wider use. There was this term, it was like the holy grail that everybody was trying to get and nobody could get yet. But now I think it does exist, at least in parts of Europe, of a building being a net energy exporter, meaning it could supply all of the power and electricity that it needed for its own use and management, but it could also basically sell back to the grid. And so I'm intrigued with the idea that your project could be a net water exporter or net potable water exporter, I guess is a better way of putting it. And I don't know if you had that goal, if it ever occurred to you, but it seems like to me, it might be, I don't know, a higher priority to really maximize this thing as a water collecting and cleaning machine that could, support itself, but also maybe not the whole city, but a wider swath of that neighborhood, maybe all of Mid-City or Treme or something. I don't know what you could calculate out, rather than trying, and it's almost futile. And I think I got this from what you said, that you were sort of saying, I think you said something like high density wouldn't be appropriate to the environment or something. And I wasn't sure quite what you meant by that, but I took it to mean that you were trying to, you understand that New Orleans is largely, it's not a high-rise city, it's largely low density, spread out over a lot of, and I guess my thought is, and this is just for you to think about, is that maybe it would be worth sacrificing that issue, trying to, in a way, mimic the low density, because you're not going to be able to do it completely, right? Because that's part of the problem. And just allow this in a way to be a good citizen by doing what it's really designed to do. So that would meaning create this potable water. So in that sense, I think maximizing, not high rises per se, but you are going up 25 feet anyway with the, and it seems like fairly packed footprints on blocks that maximize the space for water gardens. I wouldn't have any vegetation, no nice, really pretty gardens. We've got those, right, for the city. We've got Audubon Park and we've got City Park. We're very fortunate to have these amenities. But to really maximize the kind of water collection and retention, even if you think of it as a recreational space, like floating a metal grate over it so that the water can still pool there and still collect there when we really have the heavy rain. So I love your project, and I found myself, as with all projects that I get very excited about, I kind of want to go in there and figure out, okay, how could we even push this further, toward producing the stated goals at being even more ambitious? What would that take? So that was one thought I thought, and then I'll say one more thing, and then I'll hand it over to the capable hands of Edson. On the architectural level, what this might mean in terms of this maximization might be, I love your roof cisterns and your ground cisterns. I think maybe they could look a little different from each other. It seems like the same typology, but very different application. But with that said, I wonder if, I'm almost wanting to make your roof cisterns much more visible, like from the ground, and a much stronger part of the overall architectural imagery. Meaning, like, they might, if your building is 3 or 4 or 5 stories, the cistern might go up 2 or 3 or 4 stories and be this huge, almost kind of funnel. I lived in New York for a good period of time, and I remember always being taken, of course they're no longer used for this purpose, but all of the water tanks on top of the buildings that would, you know, be gravity fed down to the apartments. And I was thinking about that when I was looking at your roof cisterns, like how could you make them even more visible? I noticed that many or most of all of your perspectives were kind of from a bird's eye view, so you could see them, right? Because from the ground, they might just look like a cornice. So I'm excited about the idea of these roof cisterns really almost being kind of half or a third of the building volume, really making their presence known. But, you know, again, I'm kind of hyperbolizing and extending some of the ideas that I think you've so beautifully shown and researched, and just seeing, okay, how could we push this even further? But it's a really impressive piece of work, Azadeh.
Thank you very much for your comments.
I think we need, maybe the conversation can be in another moment. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm
Edson,
sorry
maybe.
if I talk too much. I'm sorry.
No. I'm just saying that maybe students
Yeah.
might not have opportunity to respond, just to reflect, and that's fine.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Azadeh, for the presentation. And I think similarly to what Wendy had said, it's a very impressive work. I think the thoroughness was also, I really saw the thoroughness and the sensitivity to the context. And when you showed the calculation, that was what was in my mind. So I'm glad that you answered it very clearly at the end. Because that's what I was also curious, is that whether the system is able to actually support the area as you densify it. And maybe this is a question now also, because I love the idea of harvesting the water and then also creating these parks that also then break up the masses, right, of the very dense mixed-use development. One thing that I'm curious is, have you considered what happens in between the buildings? Because you've considered the parasol and the kind of rainwater collection system in the roof, and then you have also the rainwater collection system on the ground level. But one thing that struck me was that what happens when you try to cross the street, and even just to get from one building to the other, and it seems like it's still very vehicular based. And I wonder, have you considered like the pedestrian sort of experience, where there's also an opportunity to provide covering that can also be rainwater collection systems, right? Because right now it's the ground level harvesting system, or the roof, right? But I wonder what you thought about, because I mean, just imagining, like, you know, just looking at the perspectives, is that then if it's raining, how do I cross the streets? How do I cross in between the buildings? And I suspect that might offer another layer of rainwater collecting system to have like these pedestrian, you know, like walkways. So I wonder what's your thought about that, like the pedestrian consideration as you cross, and the connection between the buildings, right?
This was a program, but as I said in my slides, we are going to have a street escape. This wasn't part of our design process, but if we are going to have something like this, we are going to design a streetscapes, as I showed, I think, in my pictures, a live environment, the pedestrian, and I think there is not much vehicle. It would be a live streets for people coming and going. So I think we are going to see that. For example, in this area, this is a program, is not completely designed, but we are going to have live design here and here. Maybe, as you said, a middle roofs between our huge buildings, and the water from the ground. We are going to add some other roofs to support the area of, for pedestrian. We are going to see
I don't want to be impolite, but I think we need to move on. Yeah,
so at least you've considered it. Yes.
Yeah, excellent.
Thank you.
Azadeh, we need to move into Midge, Midge Bishop. Maybe, thank you, Azadeh. Excellent work.
Thank you very much.
We can stay the whole afternoon talking about it, about every one of the projects.
Hello. So are you seeing my full screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So my name is Midge Bishop, and my site is right across the street, or right across the industrial canal from Azadeh's. It's right at the northern part of the industrial canal, right by the lake. And then I wanted to reiterate that this site is not part of the flood wall system. It's part of the larger citadel, but it's not part of that flood wall system. So any stormwater drainage basically is just like in the ground or towards the industrial canal. There's really nothing going on there. I wanted to reiterate that the topography here is higher, that Margarita was going over earlier. The industrial canal was excavated, that land was just put on the sides, and the site was created that way. And this shows that even though it is high ground, it is at risk for a flood because it is outside of that flood wall system. So it's just like all this water going down on basically gravel and then into the industrial canal. And then again, a more clear version of that topography and how it relates to the topography of like the Mississippi River. And I'm sure you guys know this, but there is a lot of rain in New Orleans, 64 inches per year. We actually hit 64 inches in like August. So there's more than that right now. And the amount of rain fluctuates throughout the year. So keep that in mind. And then with all the stormwater drainage aside, I wanted to also talk about the issues of infrastructure for potable water systems. So these are the ages of the water mains. Just about all of the lines you see here were built before 1980. And in 1986 was when lead pipes were actually banned from being used. So any of these pipes could be lead pipes. There's no record anywhere of what type of pipe is where. And when like road construction happens, when trees are upturned, all of that could interrupt these water mains and cause like lead to be in the water system, as well as boil water advisories. So here's a timeline of all the boil water advisories that we were able to find from 1991 to 2021. And then I zoomed in from Katrina to Ida. So you can see in the past 10 years, it's been like much more frequent, much more like increased intensity. All of the different issues are here. All of the black dots are just Orleans Parish. And then I also wanted to show how like storms kind of affect our water system and like the efficiency of it. So this is in Katrina, like immediately post Katrina, there was a lot of issues with like water mains breaking because of trees being uprooted. So all of this darker blue is actually water being lost in leaks, and the lighter blue is water being used. And then after repairs were done, the lighter blue is the water being used, and the darker blue is the water being lost in leaks. The amount remains the same because we have 3 pumps, 2 are in use, and each one of those pumps actually brings in about 70 million gallons of water per day. So that's why the amount remains the same. But post Ida, there was destruction. There was like trees being brought up. There are water mains that are broken. So I would assume that there are more, there's more water being lost in leaks than there were in like 2018. So that's why this is like a little bit unsure, but I wanted to make that point. And then keeping in mind that we lose a ton of water in leaks, our average water use per person in Orleans Parish specifically is about 351 gallons per day. The U.S. Geological Survey estimates the average person uses between 80 and 100 gallons per day. So there's like a huge inefficiency like problem going on. A lot of that water is being lost in leaks. So it's just not a great system how we use it right now. And as Azadeh was talking about, it's not even great water to begin with. So it affects people's everyday life. And here are some pictures that I found on Instagram just in the span of a week. Of people being upset with like water mains bursting throughout the city, like issues of water just running through the city. All of these things could potentially cause like water boil advisories. They haven't so far. I do keep track of that. But all of these problems are just like continually happening. So I wanted to propose another alternative water community, kind of like interdependent on the actual water system in New Orleans. My primary goal is to use rainwater for potable water use, and my secondary goal is food production. I have a network of funnels that gathers rainwater that otherwise would not be used and filters it underground for potable and non-potable water uses throughout the community. So this is my master plan. You can see that there's like these 9 square blocks. These are kind of these sub-communities that I have focused on pretty intensely. There are 6 towers that have commercial and residential uses, 2 towers that have greenhouse spaces, and then the center one is actually like an open terrace with vertical and horizontal circulation between the floors. And then this line over here, trying to show with my hand, this line over here is actually large funnels that don't have anything underneath them. And then this is like a large funnel display, similar to like what would be on top of these actual towers. And then across the street, I do have a combination like terrace and sloping orchard. All of the lighter green is basically fruit trees. All the darker green are just larger trees for aesthetic purposes or for any other thing you can really think of. There's a series of ramps, a series of stairs to make those fully accessible, and it is repeated down here. And then there's parking available up a little farther north for the people that live in this community. So this is what it looks like in Axon. You can see like the combination of the stepped and sloped terraces and the gardens. And you can see how these different funnels kind of interact with each other and how these units kind of work. And then I have it zoomed in a little bit so you can see a little bit closer. And then I have the actual 9 square southwest Axon. So underneath the ground, each one of these towers has filtration and storage tanks. So the towers that are residential have 3 because they have to be filtered for potable water use, and then the greenhouses only have 1 because they don't need as much filtration if they're not potable. And then getting into my ground floor plans. So the ground floor, since a lot of the focus was on these tunnels, really the shape around the building could kind of be whatever kind of worked well. So I decided to cut up these commercial spaces and add areas for like cross ventilation and areas for people to just walk through and be more welcomed into this unit that would otherwise be pretty dense if it was just all 9 squares at the very bottom. So in these diagrams, you can see that there's like these public commercial spaces, and then there's these support spaces for those commercial spaces. So I just call them like the private commercial spaces. There are mechanical spaces that go to the funnels on every single floor, and then there's vertical circulation that stays the same all the time. And then on the first floor plan, you can see that terrace condition kind of happening with that vertical circulation as well over here. And then these bedroom units are 3 bedroom units meant for a family, and each one has like a balcony, trying to get sunlight into this like dense 9 square block. And you can see the mechanical space vertical circulation stays the same as the ground floor. Second floor, these are 2 1-bedroom units. So there's 2 units per square. Each one has its own balcony. And then you can see this like terrace condition continues, and these are the actual greenhouses, these 2 voids in the middle. It could just be like any type of food production that works. I have different levels of windows available in the greenhouses that you'll kind of see a little bit later, a little more about. But you can see kind of the mechanical spaces and the vertical circulation stay the same. And so the third floor plan, this is the top floor. So I have an L-shaped unit with 2 bedrooms, and then I have this larger mechanical space in each one of the units, or each one of the floors, that services the funnel itself, either for maintenance. There's going to be like a filter up there that has to be cleaned, or to actually manage the first flush of water that hits the funnel itself, which isn't as clean as the rest of the water that's going to come afterwards. So you can see the mechanical spaces actually like widen on this one, but the vertical circulation does stay the same. And so I have some overlit and underlit analysis. You can see it's only 3, it's only a line. So it's like 2 towers with residential, commercial, and a greenhouse. So you can see that greenhouse stays really overlit most of the time, as you would expect. On this level is where I started adding less windows because it was getting higher up, and more windows would create much more heat gain. So I wanted to be sure that I was like taking care of that. And then these are the residential floors on the outside sides. The dark pieces are the mechanical spaces, so I'm not worried about them being underlit. And the overlit spaces, since it is residential, any of those windows could just be controlled with like curtains, so it's not too much of a problem that they have a little bit more annual sunlight exposure than they kind of should. The only issue that I'm seeing here is like on the ground floor, there are those like private spaces that are underlit, but in the actual public spaces, they are overlit. And since it's a commercial space, I probably have to either rethink my window strategy or like have some sort of shading system. And then date and time analysis. They stay the same pretty much throughout the year. There's not too much of a dramatic difference, which is kind of cool to not have to worry about that. And then direct sunlight visualization. I wanted to know if I could get plants in that courtyard on the ground floor. It seems unlikely. This is the month of January. There's not too much sun that's going to hit the ground here. And then this is the month of July when the sun is really vertical in the sky. And there's still only a moderate amount of sun that's going to hit the ground. So like maybe if there's like a really low light plant, but otherwise probably not. So master plan comparison, this is what the studio had done like in previous years. They designed this ecotone, which is this dark line, and against this blue line, which is actually the existing. So then I overlaid my urban development, and it like kind of interferes with what they had planned with their ecotone. So I combined the ecotone with the existing to create something that kind of worked for me and still had some of those strategies of like cut and fill. So I could kind of build up the ground in a way that was a little bit more reasonable than just bringing in like a ton of like dirt or earth from somewhere else. And so this is one of my sections. You can see how it gets up to 25 feet on the road and then slowly declines into 0 feet over here and then negative 30 feet in the industrial canal. Originally, it was basically just like an RV park with some restaurants there. So it wasn't like fully developed or anything like that, but this is a very developed space. And then you can see the steeper like decline of the terrace and sloped garden over here. And then I zoomed in on that a little bit. So you can see I have a lot of microtopography going on. So from 25, 2 minutes, okay. 25, 19, 11, 4, 0. And then I have a transverse section, which just shows like this is the 25 road. And then even in the transverse section, there is some microtopography. So like here it goes down, in the center it goes down, basically to just make sure that the water that starts at 25 feet will make its way down into the industrial canal, just like stormwater runoff that doesn't go into the funnel. So this is the last slide. This is an explanation of the water filtration system. I did a lot of like math and calculations for this. Basically, the water comes in through the funnel. There's a large debris filter to make sure nothing really gets in there. And then to make this like government regulation water that's potable, you have to have like a bunch of different levels of like filtration, but I wanted to keep it natural. I don't want to do any chemical filtration. So I did activated carbon, 3 layers of sand filtration with different levels of coarseness. The UV filtration actually removes bacteria, and then storage in that bottom tank. And then this is a greenhouse one. So it doesn't have these layers of filtration. It just has like maybe 1 layer of filtration and then just storage. So this is what I'm cutting through over here. You can kind of see how it cuts through those 2 funnels, and then the funnel for the greenhouse is a little bit wonky. But this is the 9-block community that I'm going to be talking about for these like water volume calculations and water needs calculations. So I included the 2 funnels that are closest to each one of the 9-block squares. I found that this whole situation over here produced about 500,000 gallons of potable water and a little more than that, like over 500,000 gallons of non-potable water. And for water needs calculations, I estimated like 12 people would be living in each tower. Like there would be some couples there. It's more than the bedrooms there, but I just like boosted the amount of people that are going to be living in each tower. And then I multiplied that by 6 for each one of the towers that are available there. And then I got the water needs. Also, the United States Geographical Survey says about 20% of our water needs are like potable, 80% of them are non-potable. So that's another important part of this. So 525 and 600 gallons are potable water, and non-potable water is 2,100,000 gallons, more or less. So each one of these 9-block squares can meet only 38% of the total water needs of its residents, but 96% of the potable needs in a year. And for non-potable needs, I have a lot of like ground space available. There are solutions where I can get more non-potable water just by having more funnels, having larger funnels, that kind of stuff, but it only meets 24% of non-potable water needs. It is meant to be like interdependent on like the New Orleans water system, but like there are solutions that can be presented for that. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. So open the floor and welcoming Cordula to the pool
Hi.
with Edson and Wendy.
Midge, I was going to ask you to go back to the slide that had the digital model on it. It seems a little different from the one that's on concept board. Did you update it maybe? Oh yeah, right there. I don't see that one on concept board, but I really love that. I really love that image, and it's starting to get at again, incredibly thorough, impressive presentation, you know, with all the calculations. Again, I feel like I maybe didn't take it all in and memorize it, but I trust you at this point. You were very persuasive and spoke with authority. And every time I had a question, you would then subsequently answer it. I'm going to just jump into the architecture and talk about that only this time, just so that we can have plenty of time for everybody's comments. And what I really like about this is that there seems to be a kind of an implication of a lot more porosity than your plans indicate. In other words, there are these kind of scoop outs that kind of remind me, I mean, I'm thinking of the Villa Chaudin by Le Corbusier, which is in India and has lots of, you know, has actually at mid levels, large outdoor courtyards kind of scooped out of the overall volume of the building. And when you were talking about your desire for kind of garden growing by the residents and maybe even you know, the whole issue of lit spaces and so forth. I mean, it might be a strategy to actually scoop out even more, you know, and have certain ones of these towers. I guess you have, let's see, 3, 6, 8 towers going around the perimeter. I mean, if they got a story or two taller, you could do a lot more excavating out of some of the interstitial floors so that, I mean, I don't know exactly what that would yield, but I know you can figure out whether your gardens would be more productive or not, and whether those less lit spaces down at the bottom that you were worried about might be addressed. But overall, I mean, I think it's a really, this looks like a building that's about collecting water, and that was sort of what I was really talking about. And again, if anything, I would just pump up the volume on those on those roof cisterns, just both for aesthetic purposes as well as obviously use and practical purposes. But I think it's a really, it's starting to look like a building that's a water producer, and that's kind of what I've been thinking about and looking for.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the beginning of the presentation, but I just wanted to confirm a couple of points that Wendy just made. From what I caught, every time a question popped up in my mind, you answered it right away, which I thought was impressive, and the potentially mind-reading ability. It was a very thorough presentation and clearly based on data and facts. So I really appreciate that. You know, sometimes we find ourselves in a situation where, you know, things are put forward, but they're not necessarily substantiated, but you did a great job with that. And then, you know, secondly, what I really like actually is the notion, and I think you could push that actually further, and I think that's what Wendy was talking about, the notion that form follows a function or performance in a way. Mm-hmm. And right, so the building really, like, to me, has the opportunity to start with you know, an investigation into the necessary systems first, and how they're optimized, right, in terms of their deployment, their scaling, their appropriation, right. And maybe it's even more than the funnel, you know, maybe there's other ways of, you know, of capturing or circulating. There's other aspects to this comprehensive system. I'm not sure if that means that you need a large mechanical space on each floor, but you know, like the components that make the system, you know, in addition to the funnel, right, and how they can be optimized, you know, make visible even, and how the other things, aka the apartments, really are secondary in a way, right, to that, you know, hyper performance of the building. I think that's super interesting, and I feel like, you know, in the architecture you could probably push that further. You know, it's still battling a little bit, you know, between, the funnel and then being, wanting to be kind of a normal building. But I think if you put that first, the building performance, the building systems, the legibility and the functionality of those, and then design the overall configuration in accordance with that, then I think you really got an interesting project.
A good point.
I also like to echo what Wendy and Cordula had also said. I'm convinced, so I think that's great. Can you just go back quickly to the master plan? Because I'm curious, here I'm noticing that you've separated the parking clearly away from the high-rise or the medium-rise buildings, and then you have the terraced landscape on the left. And I'm curious, again, I'm just similar to what Azadeh had sort of reminded me. Again, here is the kind of the interconnection and the pedestrian experience is that if I'm coming from the parking lot, then I have to cross to the structure, and then also connecting to the terraced landscape. So I was wondering what was your thought, Midge, behind this, the way you zoned it, and because I'm wondering, would it work better to integrate the parking with the mixed use, and that maybe then you can kind of maybe spread out then the landscaping across where you have the parking lot? Because I'm kind of very cautious about that open parking lot that could also be landscaped, right? So I'm curious, what was your thought about that?
So when I was trying to plan this project out, I really didn't want a lot of roads going into it. I wanted to kind of be an independent community where there's all these commercial spaces on the bottom that you can kind of meet all your needs and then just have your residences above. And then you also have your food production. So I wasn't thrilled about having to have a ton of roads and have a ton of parking. And I didn't want to interfere with any other water features that may happen in these empty spaces. So I just had it across the street because it was a little bit easier that way, path of least resistance. But I do definitely understand what you're saying. This could also be landscaped, and I could try and find somewhere else to put the cars.
Right. And then, what I was saying also for Azadeh, do you have maybe covered walkways that also act as water harvesting systems to be able to then, if you're wanting the parking there, right? Again, I'm just imagining somebody with groceries crossing the street, let's say, to go up to their home. And that's what I'm trying to also imagine, how would that work, for the people who are living there, and how they engage with the landscape and how they, and I get what you're saying about the having too many roads, but I think there's a way for you to be able to create a peripheral road that then feeds into maybe parking underneath, that then gets in, so that then the parking gets integrated, and then you have maybe pedestrianized roads or streetscapes that have then more landscape also. So I just think about it how can you maybe integrate those systems rather than clearly segregated zones, right?
Yeah, totally, super good points, the three of you. Amazing target points. Since we're delayed a little bit of 10 minutes, so we just have seen water harvesting projects from Azadeh and Midge. We're moving into civic nodes, urban joints from Eric and Arun. And so just to welcome officially again, Cordula, thank you for coming, Professor of Practice here at the School of Architecture, Tulane School of Architecture. And thank you. So,
sorry for the mask. I'm at the School of Architecture.
No, good. So Eric takes us to the next project.
Okay, let me see.
I will announce that 2 minutes when we are running out of time. 10 minutes plus 10 minutes feedback.
Can everyone see that?
It's not full screen.
How about now?
Now.
Does that work? Okay.
Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Eric Luthenshausen, and I'm going to present on the future of ports. So starting with the metropolitan scale where we started the semester out, I was tasked, or me and Giachi were tasked with looking at the green space in the city and the natural vegetation that exists. So in this map, you can see kind of where parks are laid out and how they're kind of dispersed around the city. And last fall, they did a study into this idea of the green belt. So the green belt being this kind of like circular connected green space around New Orleans. The idea following along the high points of the river and the canal through the elevation, which kind of introduces this idea of the linear city. So that's kind of, that will eventually translate itself into a more micro scale on my project. But that's kind of just an overview of what it's informed by. So moving into a little bit more zoomed in, this is obviously the Internet Harbor Navigation Canal. So the first thing was the emphasis of the green belt, like I spoke about a minute ago. So currently there's kind of this disconnect between the end of Crescent Park, which is over on the left, and then there's a small green space on my site that's not really identified. It's kind of just existing. And so the idea being that this connection happens where you can have this fluid motion from Crescent Park up into what would be the development or the ideas presented by not only myself, but also my classmates into the canal. And so second thing, or the idea is the flood wall. So right now there's a disconnect where the canal lock happens. And so one of the big themes from last year was basically bridging over that flood wall and creating kind of this continuous, I guess, path in a way. And I took, in my sense, and you'll see in a minute, I took path literally, where it turns more into a levee and there's a path on top. But the idea being that it's continuous and that it's, instead of, like we said, 20 feet, it's 25 now. And then so connectivity. So this kind of talks about transversal connection in between the existing cityscape and then our proposal for what's going to happen along this canal. So right now there's really no pedestrian access or even road access. But through the proposal, you can kind of see the continuation of the existing city grid. And a lot of the ideas that were presented last semester were along the lines of building within this idea of extending the grid into this newly developed area. And finally, the civic node idea. So the blue dots in this example are anything that is public access. So restaurants, bars, grocery stores, churches, things like that. And so the idea being that while you have a park, Crescent Park, there is kind of a disconnect between the harbor or the canal and what would be Jackson Square. And so the idea being that with all these ideas coming through, the canal or the waterfront of the canal kind of becomes this highly densely populated civic access with my site in blue, the three little things on the corner, acting as kind of a joint connector with these kind of four themes in mind. So moving on, I had the, I guess you could call it a pleasure to use an existing building. So I'm going to start with the photo survey. Some of you may or may not be familiar with this site. It's at the end of Charter Street, way down on the corner. They call it the end of the world, but so this is kind of what's existing right now. It's three identical warehouses, 500,000 square feet each. And right now it kind of sits in a state of blight. So there's not really much going on. It's closed off. It's owned by the city. I'm pretty sure they just store porta potties there, but really nothing happens. I'm basically retrofitting this urban node into this kind of civic public access joint that connects what's existing to all the beautiful things that are going to happen within the canal. So starting with the mobility. So right now you can see kind of like a little idea of what is happening in terms of pedestrian access, streetcars, roads. all that stuff. So the idea being that it kind of becomes this kind of web and kind of almost a park of pedestrian access, but also proposing a streetcar stop for a transit-oriented building, but also utilizing, like I said, that kind of transversal connection, but instead of using cars, it's people. The next being vegetation, or the emphasis of the green belt. So kind of using this idea of natural water management and natural systems to create this kind of beautiful eco park within this this site. And then finally, the idea of a civic node. So as you'll see in a minute, the idea of having a civic node, this is an extremely zoomed out portion of the floor plan, but the idea is that there's going to be different typologies, whether it's restaurants, bars, artist shops, mom and pop shops, t-shirt stores, whatever it could be. There's infinite amount of options, but the idea being that it's kind of like a walking market on the ground floor. So this is a site plan of what I was thinking, and this kind of gives a little look into what is happening in terms of the elevation. So at that plus 22, that's the existing flood wall, or my reproposed idea of where the flood wall could be. And obviously there's a path on top. So basically creating a levee, but also a usable levee. And then at the same time, you can kind of see how things are changing. So towards the bottom where all these pathways are, it's kind of like a terraced condition. There's a retention pond labeled by the +5. So it kind of gives you an idea of what I was thinking. So moving on to the ground floor. This is the ground floor. So like I said, there's 3 buildings. You can see the existing grid in red, which is what I primarily based my designs off of. So working within that existing grid, but kind of taking a more destructive approach to how I rearranged and rethought the transversal connections, how these walking paths would look, how this market condition would be. So I'll zoom in on it in a little bit, but on the upper floor, so the ground floor is mostly that commercial market typology. On the upper floors through 3 through 6 are all residential floors. So
2 minutes.
they're like, sorry, okay, they're like same but different. I'll get into that. Some sections you can kind of just see how, again, that topography works. And what's happening. The stuff that's shaded is kind of those like civic areas. So you can kind of see how it happens through the bottom floor. This is a resident typology as an example. They're 3-bedroom, kind of, they have an inner courtyard and outer patio. This is how they kind of work together. So you can see how they relate to these kind of vertical cores. The idea of a market typology, so highly like densely populated, but it's varying. So, you have restaurants, bars, shops, whatever it is. This is an axonometric of the site. So kind of just giving you an idea of, what it looks like. And then into perspective. So you can see here how they kind of relate to each other, how they kind of, all the ideas that I've brought through kind of mesh them together into one building or one idea. This is the same view just from a little bit higher up. So you can see what's happening in between the buildings. Just another perspective of the entryway along the tram or on the streetcar line. Same thing, different way. This idea of having these kind of like floating, like open air green spaces for the residents is kind of one of the things that I brought into this building specifically. And then, as Margarita called it, the makeup, just some renderings to finish it off. So this is kind of an idea of how I felt that I wanted the place to be envisioned and how I wanted the whole atmosphere to feel. So a lot of green space, a lot of plants, a lot of, walkable space. Christmas time. And then finally, just to look into one of them courtyards. So that's all I got. I'm looking forward to any feedback.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. The last time you presented this, we had discussed that it would be useful to really think about how the building can function, what it means to be a civic node, as you called it. What
Yes.
what are the thoughts on that? Because I don't really see any further development in that regard.
Yeah, so I think the idea was that it was going to emphasize kind of being a joint. So the idea being that by having this kind of like mixed use idea where you have almost like an attraction in the sense that there's shops, there's restaurants, there's kind of this like market, it would act as something that could kind of pull people towards what would happen along the canal. So I guess my best answer is to act as like kind of that joint through that attraction that is the ground floor.
Yeah, but I think, you know, and that's sometimes the challenge with, you know, like, you know, this is a large scale project, you know, and, you know, I commend you for taking on the challenge of resolving the issue. I think I mentioned that I live nearby there, and it really isn't, you know, and I'm just surprised that nothing has happened in all these years. But I think, you know, what one could, you know, pursue is potentially a more focused approach on the things. And we talked about that the last time, that you're really setting out to resolve rather than trying to find a more commonplace answer that satisfies everybody, right? So, and I think the last time we discussed either focusing, you know, there's two aspects at least that I think are worthwhile focusing on. One is that aspect of the ground condition. You kind of casually threw out that you're putting a levee instead of the flood wall there, which is challenging because a levee requires a lot of depth in plan and sectional height, and you really would have to investigate how that's fit into the existing neighborhood configuration with the train tracks and et cetera, right? The military portion that's at the end there. And you didn't really address that, right? And also this idea of streets connecting through, it's not that easy, you know, like you can have an elevated condition as it exists right now, but at the ground level, it certainly it doesn't work. So, and then the ground configuration within your site is also unclear in terms of what it's trying to accomplish as water retention systems, how that really works. So that's one thing to focus on. And that potentially could be coupled with the other thing, which is really the civic node at the ground level or the lower two levels, right? And how that really functions. And to casually say, oh, there's going to be all this retail and it's going to work, you know, as you have spent probably some time in the neighborhood, it's not that easy, right? There's not that much population density, and it really needs to be thought through in terms of what the programming is, how it's activated, and how it's really orchestrated in terms of a flow in order for it to function and to become a destination. So I would encourage to really to just, you know, like be more specific in terms of the things that you can and want to resolve rather than trying to cover everything. I think, you know, it got a little lost, that focus.
I have some similar thoughts, although I want to really compliment you, Eric, first of all, on the reuse of the building. I don't know if that was required or your choice. I take it was your choice, right?
Oh, yeah, it was.
I read a while ago something like, you know, that actually the single biggest move towards sustainability and you know, reduction of power needed for buildings, not just to run them, but to make materials that they're made of, et cetera, would simply be rehabilitation and reuse of buildings, increasing that. And it looks like a pretty decent building, actually. I mean, it's probably not in great shape, but it's got those large warehouse windows. And I think, you know, we've all seen a lot of rehabilitation of downtown warehouses be incredibly successful in terms of, you know, the kind of young hipsters who want to live in this kind of arena. I do agree. So I love that. And frankly, your drawings are just really beautiful. All of them, very clear, but also really beautifully done, from the diagrams through to the final perspectives. So I have a lot of love for this project. And I do think, you know, retail is important to be an adjunct to civic space. But I think it's really important not to confuse the two. I think, you know, civic space means it belongs to the city. You don't have to have $1 in your pocket, or should I say a $20 bill in your pocket to use it. And so it doesn't equal commercial. And if you can maybe just quickly go to maybe the axon that shows the front lawn. Keep going, that one, yeah. I mean, I just think you need a big gesture, a big move. You're right facing the river, and the only real kind of views that you've facilitated are the ones coming from whoever's lucky enough to have those apartments on the riverfront side. So I'm imagining some big move there where you have almost this kind of inclined plane. You know, there's this landscape move of an inclined plane. You know, if you know what I'm talking about, almost like an amphitheater, but without us, the river is the stage.
Right.
I mean, now that would be a huge civic gesture that would kind of tie the 3 bays maybe together more. I mean, you could still cut roads through if you felt like you needed to, but I don't know if you need as many cuts as you seem to be showing there. I think, you know, 2 between, you know, 1 at each end of the building, and then and 2 going through on the alternating sides of the buildings. I just think that is the ideal place for some big gesture, you know, and kind of being architects, it's useful to talk to landscape architects, but even if it's nothing more than a kind of a large seating area, I'm thinking of that one near not Rockefeller Center, in New York, near Lincoln Plaza, the new, you know, kind of on the grandest scale, if you want to look at a project that kind of gives you a sense of what I'm talking about, but just a big kind of lawn for people to sit on and play on, and so on and so forth. Something, you know, that could be a placeholder for other embellishments to come. You could even like float a stage off the water. I mean, I just think something, a gesture to, you know, on a very large scale, would answer these questions we have about, but where is the civic node on a scale with the amount of land you're dealing with, and also just its really key position there at the corner of the river and the industrial canal is just, you know, really great real estate to do something like that. But overall, I mean, I think it's a great project. Overall, I want to leave you with positives and just, you know, maybe encourage you to think about, like, maybe you could sneak that in one of your drawings. It wouldn't take much, you know? Anyway, just a thought.
Yep, I appreciate that.
Eric, thank you for the presentation. And I also was thinking about, like, how do you make this as a destination, right? Like, how do you attract people to come here? I'll just ask quickly, one thing that I wanted to understand is, like, what was your intervention on the exterior? Could you clarify, what did you change?
Can you show the section?
Yeah, the section.
I think, Cordula, there's a confusion, I think, with the flood wall. He's not putting a flood wall. He's just using the levee that is already there. There is no flood wall between the neighborhood and, you know what I mean? Between the neighborhood and the civic center is like totally flat and continuous. Just, I don't know if that clarifies.
Yeah. So the building itself is basically, it's fully rectangular right now. Like, there's no cutouts of it. So the biggest thing that I did, that I had chosen to do, was do punctures via these light wells. And so you can kind of see these in the section.
And the axon also, no?
Yeah, and the axon. Sorry, I'm all over the place. So all of these buildings, as they currently exist, are completely rectangular. So there's no variation in the form.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, that being said, I think you can see the difference.
So maybe just to clarify, you know, just maybe then a diagram of, like, what's the existing, and then, like, you know, before after would be helpful to visualize then, because I didn't really understand quickly until, like, you pointed it out. So I appreciate the intervention that you've created to create light wells. So something, yeah.
So just as we move, I put a snapshot on the concept board next to that axon of that great lawn at Lincoln Center, New York, just for your delectation.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I was referencing the area in the front. My understanding was that this was also designated as a levee, but there is a flat wall here. And
Yeah,
an
that
elevated connector at this point.
right. That's the portion where the it would have to be built over as a levee opposed to the flood wall.
Yeah, it just I think it would be helpful to then show the existing conditions, the ones that you can't,
Yeah.
modify. I mean, like there is train tracks and other components. So if it's an area of focus, which you didn't have much time to resolve, but since you mentioned it, I felt like I needed to comment on that. But great project. I mean, I'm glad you're taking this on and thinking about the reconfiguration of existing structures is always a motivating endeavor.
Thank you.
Let's move into the next project. Thank you so much, Eric. We are moving into Arun. And we see in the chat there's a order.
Just need permission
Share
to
the
share.
screen. All yours.
Oh, it says it's disabled.
15 minutes. Because you have added a device and I wasn't aware. Okay. And
Oh, yeah.
now?
Yes. Screen 1. Can you guys see screen 1? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you have 7 minutes.
Okay. Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Arun Sai Krishnan, and today I will be talking about my project, which is called the Urban Joint. The project seeks to advance continuity across the existing lakefront and extend it to the proposed linear city, and my site being at the northern corner of the Industrial Canal. And to reiterate what Luke had mentioned, it's a quick overview of New Orleans at an urban scale, like where we identify spaces such as parks and urban squares, pocket parks, and other social gathering spaces. And looking at like the literature study, we know that trees provide a host of environmental and social and economic benefits. And in urban areas, especially when properly maintained, the trees can reduce pollution and improve mental health and lower energy costs. And looking at the city of New Orleans, we see that New Orleans has about 27,110 acres of parkland, and that's only about 23.3% of the city's land area, and which is something we feel that which needs to increase, which is through the proposal of the Green Belt. And then recognizing zones that are less walkable and to green spaces and their proximity to the Industrial Canal. So recognizing zones that are that fall closer to the Industrial Canal and are less walkable, and try to like revitalize them is one of the concepts. And looking at concepts such as 15-minute neighborhoods to further tie in the idea of connectivity and continuity of the Industrial Canal. And then going on to a sort of a survey of important landmarks that lie on the lakefront, such as the University of New Orleans, which exists over here currently, and then spaces such as the Southern University of New Orleans Student Housing Center, and other important residential neighborhoods and that lie closer to the site. And a little historical background of the lakefront. It was in the 1920s through the 50s. It was a lively area full of concession stands and amusement rides and live music concerts, and also featured restaurants, and which also served as banquet halls and so on. So The idea of the project is to sort of revitalize the zone that I've chosen and to sort of bring back people to the lakefront and to spend more time at the lakefront and to sort of bring back the nature of the lakefront that once existed. And again, to reiterate, my site that falls on the green belt. Then moving on to the current nature of greenery or vegetation that currently exists at the lakefront. And as you can see, it's fairly sparse. And the idea is to like densify this green belt and further expand it to the industrial canal. And this is basically the existing flood wall diagram and the proposed flood wall that has been proposed by the previous year's studio, and looking at the existing and proposed streetcar or railway line that basically connects the entire industrial canal and basically promotes connectivity and continuity across the entire canal, and looking at prominent highways and main roads that that go through the site. And as you can see, the site is currently situated at the northernmost point. Then this is a site survey looking at the current conditions of the site. So as you can see, this is already a sort of point where people come to launch their boats onto Lake Pontchartrain, and it's also a rather social area which is used on weekends to gather and barbecue and to also launch their boats onto the water, and to sort of revitalize the zone, I think would really help and bring back, sort of connect the current lakefront to the industrial canal. And so my proposed design for this current neighborhood is as follows. So the idea is of to promote connectivity to and continuity. So the idea is to promote a pedestrianization of the entire area and to restrict road access to just this portion of the site, and to provide a sort of parking structure that where they can park their vehicles and then continue by foot, and to constantly promote movement with bike paths and pavements and everything, and also allowing them the option of launching their boats onto the water. And the buildings that exist over here consist of cafes and restaurants, performing arts center, local shops, to rather strengthen the area even further. Then looking at how I went around about adding vegetation to the area was by creating a grid on the site and placing the trees on each grid, and then sort of removing spaces where the buildings would fall. And then, so this would be the movement across the site. And this would be the outline of the buildings. And also, I forgot to mention this walkway that exists. The walkway is basically a ramp that goes up and connects all these buildings at a higher, at an elevated level, to promote movement and to promote people to walk and to keep moving across the site. And so that promotes movement. And this is a look at the site from the elevation of the highway. And there's a section of the project. This is, yeah. And this is a sort of how I went about developing, where we have an empty site and then adding the road network and bicycle and pedestrian walkways, and then placing the columns of the building, and then after that placing the vegetation, and then adding the pedestrian walkway, and then the buildings. And this is a sectional view of the project. And
2 minutes.
Yeah, and then these are the exterior views showing the site. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun.
Well, Aaron, I really enjoyed your little history lesson about Pontchartrain Park. I had not seen those images, and they're really compelling, and they make me really mad that that's not still there. And I was thinking, well, I think it said something like from 1920 something to 1983, 25 years of 50 years of fun or something. I was like, what ended the fun? And of course, it was the highway. It was the overpass, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess, you know, I really love those observations and a little bit of these kind of, you know, images or reminders of what it could be. I mean, now this is a civic space, right? You're talking about that was the civic space, and that's what you're trying to provide here on a pretty large scale. I guess my only quibble / question is I'm a little confused when the buildings, and I think, you know, having basically park for the majority of the ground plane usage in this area makes a lot of sense to me. When you do have the buildings, I'm not quite sure what is guiding their orientation and placement always. The first one, so in this slide in the above diagram, it looks like the first two are really guided by the graining and orientation of the highway overpass, which I frankly think is pretty almost inevitable because it's such a presence in the landscape.
Yeah.
And actually finding a way to use it and almost slot the buildings in, like as if they're berthed like ships into that as a generator makes a lot of sense to me. Then when they start to, you know, kind of go off at an angle, I'm not sure what that's getting you or what's driving it. And maybe you do, but it would be the one thing I just would, it kind of makes me curious, like, cause like I was with you, you had me at hello type of thing. Starting with what this area used to be, and those rather grim images. You might even in your portfolio put one of those color postcards next to one of the current, you know, highway underpass images that are just so bleak. And yeah, people do want to get to the water, so they try to use it. You know, they go. You said, "Oh, this is a nice place where they go on the weekend." Yeah, well, they do. They try to make it work, but it's, man, nothing about the urban design or architecture there is helping, really.
Yeah.
And that's what you're bringing. So overall, I mean, I think your intent, the scale that you're operating at, these large swaths of green, you know, the idea of bringing people back to the lakefront in a way and giving them a place to be that's more ennobled than what it is now. I mean, all of that I think is wonderful. You kind of glossed over the buildings, and until we got to the axons, I was like, oh, those are buildings. And so I guess I just have a question maybe about how they could be more contributive to this cross graining against the highway and out to the water. But that's a fairly minor point in a largely very persuasive scheme.
Right. Yeah, I understand your point, and yeah. So I mean, I guess the idea for us, so when we were discussing the project and I did this, was the idea was to have sort of connect the people to the lakefront, but also sort of bring them back and extend it towards the linear city. So sort of having things on both sides of the bridge. I get that also sort of dictated the turning of the buildings to sort of also show the turn of the industrial canal or the lakefront to the industrial canal.
Oh,
so
it's
but
like
that was
the curving of the
so that was sort of the idea of show that it's facing outward but also facing back.
Well, then I might have just had, you know, the ones that lodge into the highway and then one really slender, elegant, arcing building.
For sure. Yeah.
I think Arun, and I also appreciate what you're taking on with this project. You know, I mean, I think for those that have spent some time here, we all know that the entire lakefront is, in my opinion, entirely underutilized. You know, I mean, there's a gigantic lake. There's hardly no water sports as far as some sailing, right? And it's all, you know, concrete and, you know, inaccessible. And, you know, while, you know, like it could be a really you know, accessible and useful body of water, certainly for recreational purposes to a certain degree. So it's like, I'm always struck by this situation. I think what your challenge is that you're looking at this project from the top down. You're looking at it in plan.
Oh.
And even your renders, if I'm not mistaken, they're mostly up from the air, you
Yeah.
know, a drone point of view, whereas the project, you know, wants to situate itself at the ground level, right? I mean, that's where it's trying to succeed, right? In regards to circulation, right? In regards to
True.
vegetation, right? It seems
Yeah.
really regimented what you're proposing right now. And it doesn't have to be, right? If it wants to be a park, right? You know, like the surface condition is important, right? Pathways, you know, that don't necessarily have to follow a strict rectilinear sparse regime, right? Are important, right? This pedestrian and bike circulation that you managed, right? So, and I think that also that dictates the, you know, the current status of the buildings in a way, right? Because they're designed and planned top down, but
Yeah.
not at the ground level. So. So I would encourage to revisit, you know, some of the aspects here, you know, again from
sure,
like
yeah.
at the ground level and from a pedestrian and point of view to see where it succeeds and where more opportunities could arise.
Sure, definitely. Thank you.
I had also very similar concerns about Arun about the grid, because like the grid, in terms of following the grid of the expressway, I almost feel like you need to disavow it. So somehow the landscaping would not follow the grid of the highway, because then it's as if like you're saying that I am deferring to the highway as my reference point. But then the way your buildings, and similarly like your buildings are also following, well, at least two of them are following the same grid, and then the two others are veering away. And somehow we can also sort of like completely disavow that, so that then at the ground level, as Cordula is saying, that then it's a different experience, that it's not about the highway, right? Because the highway is the one that killed it in the first place. And then somehow I think your move can be about like, no, let's not pay attention to the expressway. Let the experience here at the ground level be completely different. I do like the idea of you jutting out. So I'm imagining also maybe, do you jut out even more, right? Like a little bit more like connecting to the water, to the canal, you know, what are maybe some opportunities? And then also then now the roof also, I'm imagining, could it be like a roof? So from the point of view of the expressway, like what do they see? So do they see also maybe green roofs, you know, so that's another possibility. But I really appreciate like how you're trying to revitalize it. Did you say that it was there were rides there, like there was an amusement park? Is that right?
There were roller coaster. I mean, there was like one roller coaster ride and the carousels and I think after the Lakefront Decade, they moved all these amusement park equipments and things to Alabama and Mississippi, and which then later got destroyed by other hurricanes. But
why did you? I'm just curious, like why did you not bring back the idea of an amusement park? I'm just curious.
I mean, I did think of it. I did think of like trying to bring back the idea of a sort of a fair or sort of like a festival sort of situation back to this area. But then I also sort of started thinking of how best would I revitalize, I guess, the economy of the site in a way. And I just thought like maybe if I add in more number of activities like restaurants and shops and this and that, it'll sort of generate more than maybe only a amusement park. So
can it not be a combination maybe? Like I
it
mean,
could
you
be,
do
it could
need to
definitely be
have commercial.
100%. It could definitely be a combination.
I know the expressway would be a challenge, right? It's just I'm just thinking about the homage to the history of the place. And how do you remind people of the history of the place? Because it's as if like the history of the place is no longer apparent in even in your proposal, but you have the opportunity to revitalize it. And do you have reminders of what it was? Because it is a historic. It is a historic site, right? So think about that, right? Like how do you bring about the memory of the place as well with your new proposal? But
sure.
otherwise, great work.
Thank you very
Super
much.
great
everyone.
points. Thank you so much. Arun, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Let's move into the next project. So we are now, let's see in the chat. To have sharing screen, Chris. So we're moving from, so we've done water harvesting, civic nodes with Eric and Arun, and we're moving into city bridges with Chris and Simon. Then perhaps we do a little break. If you're wondering about when the end is and Cordula. Chris, take us there. Thank you.
All right. Can y'all see that? Oh,
yes.
Okay. So my name is Chris Collodi. The future of ports. So kind of just to summarize and reiterate what Margarita introduced at the beginning, the idea of this studio is to find ways to densify this existing high ground of this canal and to promote continuity across the canal from neighborhood to neighborhood. And with a couple things in mind, we're trying to reimagine these zones with mixed use schemes that acknowledge this condition that the port is no longer serving its function as the economy, basically the ship economies change and these ships get too big. So just quickly to go over some of the main ideas. This is the existing condition. Is that changing? Okay. So this part of the canal, basically at the south is the river. And we can see that there are 3 connections across the neighborhoods. The furthest north is a train. And then the one in the middle is the site on, but those are both lift bridges that have to interrupt the flow of traffic that's vehicular and ship traffic. You can only happen one at a time. So the bridges come up and down. The other idea is this flood wall exists in its current state, and we've seen throughout this afternoon the idea to raise the flood wall to 25 feet. So the area in white is now kind of the area we can imagine redesigning with this new proposed flood wall that extends out into that area, and also the intersection between the canal and the land gets divided into those ecotones. So this is just a section of the proposed master plan where you can kind of see the white areas of the existing parks being pulled into this zone that's going to be redesigned and allowed to kind of flood. And again, eventually we're going to get to the middle of this bridge. So we started the semester by just looking at some mobility networks, Simone and I in particular, which both our projects end up dealing with bridges. So these are just different modes of the interstates, the rails, and the different types of ships. Then we went on a site visit to the canal, and I'll just quickly run through a bunch of photos that describe the canal. So it's basically this area where we have the intersection of highways, trains, there's an airport there, there are passenger ships, there are these container ships, which are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and more, I'll go into more of that in a second. But mostly the traffic on the canal is these type of ships, these little feeder ships, which are about 65 feet tall and move light loads. One of the problems that I'll show in a diagram is that these giant ships just draft too far down, and it's not necessarily even a function of the bridge being too low or too high, but they go too deep into the water to even pass up parts of the river. So just more photos. You have trains, and part of the point here is that there's really nowhere to be. I mean, for pedestrians on our site visit, we were kind of just bushwhacking along the road, getting out of the way of traffic, and just kind of to illustrate the condition of the existing flood wall, which we're proposing essentially doubling the height of this. In these views, you can start to get like almost a sectional sense of how much land there is to develop on. That's an area where kind of the so-called flood wall meets like a so-called levee, which is essentially just a hill over a flood wall, right? That has topography down on either side. This is the lift bridge, one of the types I'm proposing replacing. More on that, but again, towards the right, you can see all the land towards the canal that's just essentially no man's land. Some infrastructure, everyone's favorite pastime, just looking at the weather. This is up on the north end of the lake, just the kind of existing use. This is at the end of the world where we can see this large building that will kind of provide some scale to the project. So I'm going to propose. This is the high ground in New Orleans, essentially, on the top of that flood wall. And you can see, as much as people are trying to get, there's really nowhere that's designed for you to get around. So back to the site. Again, the idea is to attack this bridge area and bring in some density from the middle of this map out. You know, the dark, these are the private zones. The idea in this gray is just reprogram all of this, and all of us have chosen different sites. So mine is on this bridge. More on the intercoastal. So just quickly go over this. This is the intercoastal waterway, which the canal is part of this network. And as these ships get bigger, New Orleans has several problems, like I've alluded to, for ships getting in and out of there. One of which is the depth of the river dredge. The other is the height of the bridges. So essentially, all this traffic is no longer cutting through here, but it's going to just come out into the Gulf and go to Houston. So replacing has these heights in its raised and lowered conditions. These squares show the sizes of the ships that can or cannot pass. And this green is the new height I'm proposing, which allows the ships to pass that are small enough and just says no to the giant ships that are coming through. So with that logic, taking that height and the idea of a 16% grade to achieve a footprint on a site, and then to take the idea of a giant cultural complex like the Pompidou and to chop it up and to kind of resize it and use that form to densify the area in sort of this kind of logic, almost like a quarter of it, and then to re-stack it into this central complex, which connects both sides of the canal. And that's pretty much it. I'll finish on my site plans and sections, but that's the logic for densifying this area and gaining certain dimensions. As I was saying at the beginning, once I have these forms, the idea is to kind of introduce a multi-cinema, multi-theater, where there's maybe different types of halls that can attract, they can have events going on. So you could come here and see an opera. One could have a different type of concert, and on and on. So yeah, that's it. Basically, just a ramp and some heavy buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
I was trying not to speak first for a change, but I'll jump in. So the big idea, if I understand it, is raising the bridge. I mean, I think you made a pretty compelling argument for that, given the, you know, kind of diversion of a lot of ship traffic, but also limiting it to certain size of ship. It would be good to add to that presentation, you know, the kind of those boxes that are the ships, the ones that are included versus excluded. You might show a couple images, because I just don't know enough about ships and varying ship sizes to know what you're talking about. The ones that the ones that still can get in now, I guess there's some, and then the ones that you're going to want to let in, so that adds some more. But then the ones that you're still thinking of excluding for in this kind of localized urban area. So I'm with you. Then the question becomes, you know, the buildings on either side, you know, what is their goal? And it may just have been you were running out of time, but I mean, honestly, I'm left with like, wait, you know, the Pompidou Center by Richard Rogers might be a good precedent to look at, but I think the idea of almost taking it verbatim and chopping it up and rearranging it is probably not the answer. You know, it's almost like I'm thinking Richard Rogers is somewhere shaking his head thinking, what did they do to my song, Ma? You know, I mean, I think he'd
rolling in his grave.
Maybe, you know, so, and I think, you know, so you didn't say much about why you picked that precedent, but I can assume it has something to do with a theme we've been talking about throughout, which is this building as a machine, building as a piece of infrastructure. You know, it's one of the best examples that I can think of a building that really is trying very hard to derive all of its architectural imagery from those ideas, from those notions of infrastructure. But then how it combines with the bridge, or how it, you know, I almost feel like it would have been easier to maybe keep all of your building on one side and do something else on the opposite side. Rather than have these sort of three building moments, unless for some reason that was required. I think you would have been able to maybe make a more elegant, sinuous kind of version, or building inspired by, right, the Pompidou Center, that might have even actually been longer, not chopped up, you know, longer, and not so clunky, you know, as the one on the left side of the bridge is. And then maybe, you know, what answers that on the other side might be something quite different, might be something to do with the, you know, I don't know, I believe there's sort of urban park land there kind of generally zoned by your predecessors anyway. So maybe you could have taken another pass at that. What would be a good answer to the you know, to me, one of the best things actually about the Pompidou Center is the public space that it makes in front of it. You know, I mean, people are always in Paris, oh, meet me at the Pompidou Center. And they don't mean the building, they mean that space. So maybe that could have been the answer on the opposite side. But I just think it's a bit more complicated than taking a precedent, chopping it up, and, you know, distributing it. And I'm sure you know that, and maybe your time simply got sucked up elsewhere. That happens too. But I think even a quick version might have done a little more honor to the original kind of singular nature of the building, and then the attendant civic space that it is largely, you know, that it largely infronts and makes as a public space in the city. So those are my thoughts. I love it till you got here, and then I was like, wait, follow through. I mean more about this architecture.
Chris, I also want to commend you. Like, it's a really challenging topic. It's a really challenging problem. And one thing that I was curious is, what was your sense in terms of how the buildings engage with the bridge? Because you cut it up, as Wendy was saying, you know, you cut it up, and then the bridge is like in the middle of these cut up buildings. And I'm curious, have you considered other models of like, how do you integrate the buildings, let's say, with the bridge, right? Because it seems like you're still considering the bridge as separate from the building or the program. And there might be opportunities where you can integrate them, again, also depending on the program. one example that came to my mind immediately was Ponte Vecchio in Florence, for example, where the bridge and the shops are together. Now, it might not work here, I understand, because the scale is different, but some of the function could be interweaving with the bridge, and it can be combined. So I'm curious, like, if you thought about that. That's kind of like one maybe opportunity you want to explore. And then I think the other part is, I'm curious, is the engagement of the building at the ground level. How do people come into the building from the park that you're showing from the left? I'm curious, like, what's happening at the ground floor and the ground level. Maybe you can quickly answer that. What's your sense about the ground level engagement?
I guess the idea would be, first of all, the whole first floor would be floodable essentially, like, and parking, which I think is consistent across most of these projects, and just the idea that this area, as it slopes down, is designed to take on some sort of program that can flood. Even I think in my case, it would probably be the parking, which you would have to kind of wind your way back from the edge towards the building. And as far as accessing, just you've got these cores basically on all four corners. Really the critical ones being these two here that are nearest each other. So you would have to walk from the park to this point, come up the core, cross, come down, and then be back in the park zone.
So I guess, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and just to your other point, as far as, reimagining how they relate to each other. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the whole struggle. I mean, there's maybe part of it was that they kind of hang off the bridge, and even you could imagine this all going under the bridge, hanging under it in that void that's kind of created, and leaving just the channel for the ships to pass. So I don't know, as far as deciding how to place these on the site, just in lieu of doing that, clustering them as close together to at least like give that sense. The other idea is that, in section, they kind of descend away from itself towards the river. And this would be, if you had any of these views, you'd be looking southwest towards kind of the city. So that's
so just, yeah. I'm just imagining that when it's not flooded, you need to think about like how it is at the ground level, right? Like what's also going there, what's also going on there. I understand, like, when it floods, of course, like it needs, like it needs to function in a certain way. So just think about that part more, about the engagement as the public comes in. I think I'm not completely convinced that, let's say, just the four corners with the vertical systems might not be enough. So there might be some more that I think you might need to introduce.
Cordula?
Yeah, I think my other two reviewers are very kind. I'm looking a little bit. I mean, unfortunately, you didn't post on concept board, but I'm looking for, you were talking about a struggle. I don't really see a struggle to get to the point where you're at. I'm a little bit at a loss of what led to this version of the project. If the focus is the bridge, I would, and you're in charge of really everything, right? I mean, you can make all the decisions, right? And you can set the limitations. So if the focus is the bridge, as was suggested already, I probably would have thought about centering the building more around the bridge itself, and like turning the bridge into an possibly inhabitable, occupiable, programmable element. That sounds like a perfectly reasonable investigation to me. And the explanation that that you now find yourself with cores that are in the water and the bottom will be flooded. I'm just not sure what the logic there is or what the goal set there is. So to me. I think you need to, like, I would be looking for a demonstration of kind of the thought process that got you to this point to be able to evaluate whether this all makes sense or not. Right now, it doesn't make too much sense to me, although I think the idea is noble and I think it's a good one, right? I think there's a lot that you could investigate. I just don't think you got very far with the process, would be my assessment, but because I'm not really sure why this is a good solution right now.
Yeah, I would add to that I think, yeah, I will run out of time. That is clear. And just a clarification in terms of the flooding in this area, Chris, I think you have to remind yourself that you're in higher ground. So this part of the industrial canal is precisely before the canal log. No, so no, it's it's after. You're right. Sorry. So then you have this floodable thing, but we are assuming that the level 25, it's not necessarily floodable. So I think that the question from Edson of thinking about the different floor plans, the occupation of the ground floor and the interaction between this inhabited bridge and the rest of it, it's critically important. So, and I agree also with the comment about, using this Pompidou, but giving it a little bit more, try. But yeah, great push.
Well, I think just to finalize, I think the notion that these connectors are urgently needed, and that they're a really good idea, right? To provide connectivity, through across the Iodesca Canal to like the area of the Lower Ninth Ward and New Orleans East, certainly at the pedestrian level, I think is a really good one. I think you just could take much more advantage of the discovery that you made than you're doing right now, right? I think the this idea of crossing and things happening along the notion of crossing, right, is like something that could be really exploited. You should ask yourself what Richard Rogers would do, or Renzo Piano.
I think there is also the inspiration from the master plan, taking on a little bit more the master plan or the vision plan as a site itself and its conditions, to insert yourself perhaps more into its framework, both geometrically and formally as well. So I think that would be the next step. Yeah. So the idea that you already have a set of mesh on the site that it's pushing you towards a crossing, that it's not, because this crossing is the shorter one and is the one for vehicles, but I think the longer you make the crossing, the smoother the ramp can be and the smoother the transition can be. So thinking about a web of paths and inhabited infrastructure that is not only a pedestrian, a road bridge, but is a floating web, for like a spider web that is occupied by buildings. No, it's like an elevated city that connects somehow, which somehow is part of the hypothesis, right. I guess.
Yeah, can I take
integrating?
That? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, integrating also the bike and pedestrian bridges also, because right now it's just prioritizing the vehicular. So I think there's an opportunity to integrate it, like, for example, like with the web. I think that's still missing. I don't see it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, inspired by a lot of the comments my colleagues have made, and also just thinking about kind of what would Richard Rogers do here in this, and I think, you maybe really missed an opportunity with the idea of kind of using the bridge support, because you design the bridge and you design the buildings, right? So, and that's what Cordula, I think, was pointing out. What if the columns came up out of the bridge and supported an elevated building? I mean, that would be cool, right? And that way you would have the under the bridge terrain, or maybe over the bridge, under the building terrain for all of these other kind of paths and passages that are kind of weaving through between the bridge and or the vehicular bridge and the building. But at any rate, I think there's so much exciting potential about the pieces that you have to work with, that it's sort of tantalizing to think of different ways of putting them all together.
Mhm. Great, thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Great work. Moving into a second bridge infrastructure under the theme of the same theme.
Take my mask off for this. Sorry.
A break of 5 minutes.
All right, y'all can see this, right? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, y'all. My name is Simone. Thank y'all for coming out today or logging in today to see what we've been up to this semester. So one of the main drivers for this project, both research and design, was creating a more isotropic New Orleans. There are largely unaddressed infrastructure and service gaps for residents living near the Industrial Canal and further into New Orleans East. So here are a few terms and maps that were relevant to the research portion, where Chris and I, as he mentioned, focused on transportation. So mobility is ability to move freely and easily. Modality is looking at the different modes, so walking, biking, bus, whatever. Intermodality is a state of connectedness between these other modes. So using several modes to accomplish one trip would be intermodal transportation. Isotropic is usually a physics term, but in our case, it's looking at a equal and in quality and amount of service throughout the entirety of New Orleans. And slow mobility is looking at a shift away from the car-centric hierarchy of transportation around New Orleans at this time. This one's looking at existing streetcar maps or streetcar lines in New Orleans. This is looking at all the bus routes that pass through Duncan Plaza. It's all but about 10 of the RTA routes, and this is just kind of significant. It's across from City Hall, and most public and political demonstrations either start or stop at this location. And of course, City Hall, but I think the transportation connectivity has to do something with that as well. And these are just a couple of other intermodal sites throughout the city that have 2+ modes of transportation available within a walking distance. So this is like photo survey looking at the walkability of St. Claude Avenue Bridge. We did I've done quite a few site visits. I've lived in this area pretty much my whole life in the 8th Ward in Gentilly. But this is kind of the condition of the walking paths in that area. Not really bike accessible, stairs, not much else of options for that. So getting to the specific site of this project, it's the 4 blocks surrounding the Industrial Canal. So this is the 9th Ward of the canal, and you can see it's kind of split by the railroad tracks here. These buildings have been largely abandoned for the last 2 to 3 decades by the Army Corps of Engineers. So this is the lock itself. And then here's the Holy Cross side. And as you can see, it's got a handful of trees, not really developed, and it's barbed wire fenced off to the public. So it's not really usable to anybody that actually lives there. So looking at the stitches of this project, so access to services and infrastructures, as I mentioned, are not equally distributed. So doing things like expanding streetcar lines to farther down St. Claude would be one way to do this. Development of a MAT structure to mediate industrial and residential scale, as well as to accommodate for community needs over time. Expanding green space as well as community space and places that you can just be and exist. Reclamation of higher ground land on either side of the canal and increased walkability of this bridge. So this is a small section of the massive 5.5 mile scale of the Industrial Canal surrounded by the residential scale. I started by considering the existing condition of the urban fabric and kind of its major barriers to mobility. So St. Claude Avenue, the train tracks, and the Industrial Canal, and setting a grid based off of that kind of helped guide the development of the MAT structure over time. So these purple are kind of rough circulation, and these yellow are where I was developing on this site. The canal is roughly 70 feet wide, and on either side of these yellow blocks, there's a 70-foot green space barrier that kind of helps with noise pollution from the heavy traffic of St. Paul Bridge. Level 1 has a grocery store on the Holy Cross side and a community theater on the Ninth Ward side. Most of the area in this neighborhood is considered a food desert, to where there's just not healthy and affordable food available to the area. Level 2 has the most programmable space, but what I've developed, or what's developed right now, is a library and then a community wellness center. Hopefully also office spaces and storefronts for like local businesses and community organizers as well. And level 3 is only residential, specifically independent living for 60+ community members. So all of the issues of access and infrastructure that have been discussed today are amplified for older residents of the area. And so being located directly above things like the grocery store, the library, basic needs, is going to improve quality of life for the people living there and for their surrounding community. Level 4 is just 2 skywalks that stitch together both sides of the industrial canal at about 60 feet. As Chris mentioned, this most of the major shipping today doesn't happen through the Port of New Orleans anymore. It happens through Houston and Los Angeles, and there's no reason to keep trying to uphold the charade. Honestly, it would better serve the community as something else than just used for industrial shipping. Here's a closer look at the independent living. They're all around 500 square feet. It's modeled after my grandma's place in Boulder, Colorado. Here's kind of the proposed structure on the lands, or like on the lock. Sight lines through the structure and kind of paying attention to the existing urban grid, as well as having the 3-story structure, the parts of the structure located on the outer sides, hopefully keep it from imposing too much on the landscape, because most of it's low rise. Here's a section looking at kind of the high density potential of this mat structure, to where on the top floor you have private residential. Second floor, you can kind of see the library through here, and then the grocery store with the skywalk in the back as well. This is showing some of the lower denser potential of this. So you can see there's a lot of community space up here that definitely needs to be a little bit more developed. So taking the existing site where there's this kind of banded condition to where these are huge barriers of access, to integrating green space, circulation, and community serving program into that area. Switching to that, and then back to this. Okay. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Simone.
Are the sky bridges, are those the only connectors across? I might have missed that.
Yes, the two at 60 feet are the connectors across.
Okay. And what happens in them? Is there any, are they just pure connectors, or is there any programming?
All the programming kind of falls below. I left them as pure connectors because I didn't want to exactly make it a spectacle, because part of this is kind of a nervousness of making this another gentrifying force. So I left it as just pedestrian, simple walkway to kind of just keep everybody.
But the surrounding neighborhood cannot get into these sky bridges, or can they?
They can, yes.
They can. And how does that happen? How do they get up there?
It's largely through the center.
Maybe
areas.
the plan? Maybe it's in the plan?
It's not, I didn't really honestly develop that specifically, but I'm envisioning it through these kind of central, the ones towards the middle, and then they can access the vertical cores to the upper levels from there.
So thank you for the presentation, and I think that the project has some really good thoughts at heart. I think to me the interesting thing are those 2 sky bridges, right? Sky bridges or bridges, I don't know what what makes a sky bridge a sky bridge. But let's like bridges, right? Pedestrian bridges. And, you know, your intention to make this, you know, accessible through the porosity of the building volumes and the way they're placed, maybe to the neighborhood, I think is a good one. But it seems like these bridges are, you know, are really the you know, one of the more useful components of your proposal, because again, they allow that for that connectivity by bike, by foot from one side to the other that's currently extremely compromised, right? So maybe thinking about how the, you know, how the surrounding context is invited into the, you know, points of access to these bridges, and how that whole passage up, because inevitably you have to go up vertically, right? And then across and then back down, how that is orchestrated, I think would be a really interesting investigation. And I don't know if you need two, or maybe it's just one, you know, maybe it doesn't have to be copied or replicated, and one that becomes really spectacular, you know. I don't know if there's necessarily a need for two in such close proximity, but maybe it's a good idea.
I have similar feelings about it. Well, I think the two pedestrian bridges, and whether you have one or two, is, you know, I'm looking through the project. If you go to your Axon, I only see one, but maybe maybe there's more going on in the Axon, or there's another one further along, or
This is embarrassing. This is an old file.
well, that's not the one that's on the concept board. It's a newer one, but there's still, it's like that in that there's only one bridge
Right.
other than the existing bridge. So I'm not quite sure. I think this might be a product again of, I mean, Cordula mentioned this forcefully with a previous project. And I think there's been a lot of thinking and plan. And when you're talking about a bridge, you really do have to think in section 2 and in 3 dimensions, because you are by definition getting up and over something, right?
Right.
And I think, you know, to some of Cordula's points, which I wholeheartedly agree with, I think the idea that having a pedestrian bridge that is really elegantly knitting the two sides back together, the two neighborhoods on either side back together, both the people who are using your facilities and your buildings, but also, you know, in the neighborhoods to the east and west. And right now, you know, the whole notion of it being a kind of an autonomous piece up in the air, kind of, it doesn't eliminate that, but it doesn't encourage people to use them. You know, if there was a way that the bridge, that make it one, it'll be easier, you know, you have to work harder to integrate it. But if it could ramp down and somehow connect with the neighborhoods to either side, I think it would be far more useful, and it would also create these kind of nodes on either side where there might be something happening, some kind of gathering or some sort of public amenity happening. But it's really my favorite part of your project, and I kind of wish it's not you know, quite like the project before, because, you know, these are completely all new buildings. But you know, when you got to the place in your presentation where you're talking about the stitches, and I looked at I think it's more of an isotope, right? If I understand your definition, that yellow square with holes cut out of it it doesn't remind me of stitches. And I'm just wondering if maybe the building or buildings had been a little bit more acting like the bridges, you know, that they might be broken stitches because they don't cross, but that there was a more kind of linear graining that is perpendicular to the canal, like the bridge that you're near and like the pedestrian bridge that you're adding. I think it would have been a little clearer to me how you know, that idea of stitching, you know, and kind of tying together, both literally, but also just as a kind of almost a gesture or a planning move. But that said, I think that, you know, you have some great ideas. I think that a lot of the considerations that you've made are definitely worthy, and I respect them. I just wish that the formal kind of iteration of this was a little bit more explicit to the words that you're using, because I think you're using the right words. Stitching, you know, or stitches is a good word. I just like to be able for it to be more overt.
Simone, like I had similar feelings as well, and when you were saying isotropic, I thought it was very provocative, and I was trying to see like how did you implement this in your project. I appreciate also the humility in terms of like how you were approaching your project, in terms of like you were concerned about this being a gentrifying element in the neighborhood, and I'm glad that you're kind of thinking about that. One thing that I was curious about, as Cordula was also pointing out earlier, because like when you were saying isotropic as having, as you defined, as kind of like having equal access, and when I was thinking about the pedestrian access across, and similar to Cordula's concern, is that like for example, like if I was in this neighborhood, I don't know about this building, I wouldn't know that the way for me to cross the bridge as a pedestrian bridge or as a bike bridge is through that skywalk, unless you give some kind of indication outside that maybe you mark the entrance to say that this is the way to the sky bridge. So there's something about the building that's communicating. It's the affordance of the building, right? Like that it communicates that this is where I'm supposed to walk, because if you need to go into a building to access the skywalk, that becomes a barrier, or it can be perceived as a barrier. So that's my challenge to you, is how do you make it very clear that this is the way for the pedestrian access? That, and or maybe do you provide two different ways, right? Like if maybe one is the covered skywalk, maybe one is an open pedestrian that then weaves through, as kind of Wendy was saying, like stitching, is there another way that stitches through, so that you give people options to go up to the skywalk, and then maybe one that's open, that's clearly articulating, that's saying like, okay, here, this is a pedestrian bridge and this is a bicycle bridge, right? So that, because I love that idea, as you were saying, about equal access, and so I kept on going back there. Are you accomplishing that? Are you really providing equal access to mobility? And then what I was also looking for is that how does it connect to the other intermodal ways, like the bus, and others, how does that also connect with transportation? But overall, like I think, like I appreciate like the gesture of how you're trying to connect the two sides together. So maybe like articulate more how that kind of crossing and the bridging is really seen and understood even from the outside, to allow me to cross that bridge, right? So
yeah,
very provocative work.
I agree with. I would say that maybe next step, Simon, is you started to have these vertical circulations, and I think the idea of having a network of circulation that is based on ramps that you study in section might be the blood system that allow the irrigation of your artifact. That now it feels having the ambition of being a stitcher, but it's a mass that it's a little bit isolated at the moment. So taking on the existing path and how this existing path through ramping system that might be playful system that is really visible architecturally. I mean, in a basic way, it can be material, it can be color, thinking about the folies of Paris, that kind of artifact in red or whatever, that makes the connection with like a line that people can follow. So not functional, but playful, that might have plans and things. So here, I think working in sections, so you move the section, in the section you have horizontal platforms and vertical cores, and it looks like you're ramping. The topography might be this topography might be your friend now. So thinking that this topography here can be replicated all the way through the system to allow this fluidity between one and the other, no? And then it arrives to a plaza that has also this kind of formal language. So trying to move from the word to the architecture with that sectional work. It looks like we have 5 minutes potentially of a break. So we can reconvene here in 5 minutes in something like 3:42.
Perfect. Thank you.
45.
Thank you all for the
Sounds
feedback.
good.
Sorry, my internet glitched for a second, but thank you all so much for the feedback. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you, Simone. 5 minutes. Luke, I heard you. Maybe you can go ahead and share, and then we wait for everyone.
Yeah, okay. Oh, oops.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Cordula.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Wendy. Edson might be almost there. Hello, Edson.
Sorry, I'm back.
Perfect. So let's get started. Luke, take the
Okay.
lead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luke Escobar, and my project this semester is about linking urban growth to ecological restoration in New Orleans. So to frame my proposal, I'm going to go into some of the research we did in the beginning of the semester. Mainly, I'm going to highlight on the general existing model of urbanization in New Orleans, kind of analyze it and point out some of its shortcomings or vulnerability points, and then propose an alternative urbanization method that focuses on flood-safe development that is also paired to freshwater ecological regeneration. So the urban system in New Orleans currently is focused around encircling and the levees. It wouldn't be possible without the levees. So this map shows the 5 general areas. Some are subdivided, but these all keep the water out from flooding the city. In tandem with the levees is the pump and drainage system. So inside the levee, there's a series of above ground and below ground canals that drain to the pump stations, which move the water that was originally in this area when it was a swamp, and then also rainwater out over the levee wall into the water. So kind of as Margarita said in the beginning, but these two systems are like the general things that allow for development in this area and allow New Orleans to be like a functioning city that doesn't get flooded. And it works pretty well, except there's a couple side effects that cause issues. And the main one being the bowl effect. So when you take a swamp, pump out the groundwater, put a bunch of heavy development and infrastructure on top of it, the land sinks. And this map, the blue and the purple areas are below sea level land, which kind of lines up pretty eerily or exactly in some cases on the levee wall. So this isn't a problem if the levees hold, but sometimes the levees don't hold. So during Katrina, these points along the levee wall were broken or breached, and all the gray area was flooded to some degree. So that was devastating for New Orleans, and the city is still kind of recovering in some places. Another downside to the levee system that protects New Orleans is the containment and restriction of fresh water. So before the levees were created along the river, New Orleans or the area around here would get seasonal floods, or some of this area was bayou or swamp that was freshwater based with cypress forests. And now, because of the levee system, this huge river and freshwater body pretty much bypasses the city. So that's another effect of the levees. In summary, in New Orleans, the system is enclose an area of land, pump out the water. When the water settles or dries, you can build development in there. And then if it ever rains or if the levees ever break, just pump and pump and pump and pump. So it works well until the levees fail, and that's kind of a vulnerability. Our studio site, which is the Industrial Canal, we see as an opportunity to test alternative urban methods and infrastructural typologies. And as Margarita summarized and everyone summarized, this land used to be used for industry and commercial trade, but that's kind of drying up as the ships go elsewhere. So the land is relatively vacant, and we see it as a chance to test out new ideas that could be, that could kind of guide new development strategies for New Orleans and also for other ports around the country. So my site I've chosen is on the east side of the Industrial Canal. And on this site, I want to test out an alternative urban typology that rejects the bowl method and focuses, as I said, on flood safe development, which is above sea level instead of in the bowl, and freshwater ecological restoration. So I plan to do this by, instead of building inside of the bowl, widening the levee and restricting development solely to the high ground on the levee. The other function of this levee would be as a sort of raised aqueduct for freshwater that can be moved throughout this new urban model to promote ecological restoration. And I think tying these two programs of urban development and ecological growth together is super important, because as it's important for the ecology side of it, because as the urban system grows, the ecological system will grow in tandem and in pace. And then it's important the other way, because by keeping or by including water in urban development and letting it flow downhill, it kind of limits sprawl of the urban system to the high points and allows for the low-lying areas, which are dangerous to build on, to be always occupied by water or swamp. So that's kind of the logic. So going back to my site, I chose this site because there's a levee here that I can kind of redesign with the system, and also because there's a pump station here that takes all of the fresh water from this urban watershed of the lower ninth and moves it, pumps it and moves it into this bayou right here. So I need like a levee and I need fresh water. So those are the two resources I needed to start with. So looking into the fresh water component, this watershed right here, number 9, according, or did some calculations, it gets around 60 million barrels of fresh water of rain every year, which is the equivalent to around 2.7 superdomes. So that's like a lot of water that gets drained through these underground canals to this pump station and into the bayou. Additionally, Midge kind of touched on this before, but there's aging infrastructure and water pipes, which are very leaky. The red areas are almost 100 years old. So I found some research and it was talking about how even on dry days, this pump station pumps out around 3 million gallons per day. And most of that is coming from leaky pipes in this area, which is pretty crazy. So this is like a visualization of that. This dot right here is a person, and then that's 3 million gallons a day. And that's not even taking into account all the rainwater, I guess. So all that fresh water currently is draining down through these underground pipes to pump station right here, which is at number 6, and then it's being dispersed into the bayou. And you can kind of see how the watercolor changes, how the gradient changes as it goes from fresh water into salty, brackish water. And like at the mouth of it, it's actually like a freshwater swamp, which is pretty nice. But as it goes out, biodiversity drops out, and it becomes like a brackish ecosystem with less biodiversity. There have been attempts to reintroduce like a cypress forest in this Bayou Bienvenue, but analysis has shown that the water typically is too deep and the salinity is too high for these systems to take root. So
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh my gosh. So what I plan to do is take this existing like condition and try and replicate it with the catalyst of like urban growth. So there's more surface area that allows for these ecosystems to take root. And the way that I want to do this is take the existing levee, widen it so it's around the size of like, and raise it so it's 25 feet and it's around 220 feet in length, and then use the top of it as like some sort of aqueduct that can store the water that's pumped out of the station and move it along this section. And then from there, the water can be ramped down and create more surface area that's shallower and purely freshwater for these freshwater ecosystems to grow, I guess. And then this structure will allow one for above sea level high urban infill and also the ecological infill. And it could potentially grow along the levee in any direction or loop around here. So here's a zoom in of the plan, or a section of the plan. So this point up here is the center or the aqueduct, and it would be 25 feet above sea level, and that ramps down to road here and a road here, which is 15, and then the water kind of trickles down through these pools. And that, so the levee system is actually only this portion right here, or the earth buildup. All the infill is actually like garage space and underground foundation for these large buildings. So it's a lot less of moving earth than it appears. And then the water would slowly move down to 5 feet elevation, where it would start to, I don't know, become more prominent with these pools, but it would also mix out into this urban growth area here. So it's kind of a gradient between like the ecological freshwater system along the greenbelt edge that other students have talked about, and then the urban development, which is raised up on the levee. And then there's a zoom in. You can kind of see the section in the garages under there. Another zoom in. And then, so this system could be replicated. My site's right here, but it could easily be used for other watersheds, moving that fresh water through the pump station and along an edge of the levee, like along the industrial canal, and then also into St. Bernard's Parish. And that's the, that wraps it up. That's my proposal.
Thank you, Luke.
Luke, I'm just going to start quickly. Well, I'm really glad because I saw this project a few weeks ago. I think it has really progressed really nicely from that water infrastructure highway to and the empty lands next to it to a much more, you know, kind of diversified, it seems, and, you know, kind of, kind of decomposed in a good way, you know, neighborhood, right? I mean, you really managed to break down the scale, and I think you made it much more convincing in regards to the relationship of the water, you know, the built fabric, and then certainly the whole area in between Bayou Bienvenue and the actual newly proposed built fabric, that whole marshland that you're creating. You might be, and you know, that maybe could need more substantiation. You might be a bit optimistic in regards to the volume of water that you're able to harvest from that pumping station. And you know, one thing, you know, like, and that's maybe just my own bias. What I would suggest is maybe to streamline it, the water flow a little bit more in the center between the buildings and make it more functional, and then really diversify and spread it out as as it leaves, right, that center, kind of axis, and spreads into the newly proposed or created marshland to be created. Right? It seems like what's happening here and what's happening here is almost the same thing. And it seems like, like one is bringing the water down, and then one is really like serving as a means of distributing the water. So that would be my comment. I don't know if that's a good suggestion or if it's a true suggestion. I'm also not a civil engineer, so I can't really comment much on water flows, velocities, and hydraulic systems. But yeah, to me, I would differentiate that a little bit more and maybe make this a bit more efficient, and then really, like make this kind of, yeah.
Okay.
But in general, I think the project has progressed really nicely, and I think it has become much more convincing.
Thank you. I like having you on both the reviews, because I think that's helpful.
It works better when she says, "You did what I told you to do." Then, why didn't you do what I told
There were
you?
others. There were others too.
Somebody got that, I think, a little earlier today. No, but I agree. It's helpful to have someone who has some familiarity and also fresh eyes. Both are good. Well, I tend to agree that, in general, I think it's a really neat idea to, and seems formally appropriate to essentially use the ridge of the levee essentially as the spine of your project with this series of linear buildings. Now, there's some stitching going on wherever Simone is. Those look like stitches, kind of cascading from that high point down into those lower elevations. I kind of like it a little bit better when I imagine it as more of a kind of a master plan idea where different architects might come in and flesh it out a bit. Because I think if one architect built all of those buildings, it might be a little deadly and kind of, the kind of things that we used to see in public housing where it's just a tyranny of the same thing, So maybe you could break it into 10 quadrants or something so that you have, I guess it wouldn't be 10 quadrants, it would be 10 segments, so that you could have some variety. But at any rate, I really love the master planning idea relative to the levee as this kind of ridge high point connector. And then the way that you're distributing the buildings is this sort of almost this fringe to either side. I don't understand the aqueduct completely, and so that's why I don't feel like I can say I'm for or against. It is nothing. And I think of an aqueduct as delivering potable water from far away to some place where it doesn't exist. I guess that's not the only use, but that's what we're used to. But this one, yours, doesn't have anything to do with delivering water to the buildings, does it? Or does it?
No, it's all about recreating or growing the area where the freshwater ecosystem can actually start, instead of just pushing all the volume directly into the brackish water.
I got you. So this is this phenomenon that's going to happen anyway, but in this way, you're kind of slowing it down and spreading out the return of the water. Okay. So then I'm all for it. I think that's fantastic. And I do kind of agree that maybe the water is dominating too much unless you need that much on the levee. I think more of a kind of a linear urban piazza connector would be nice with the water. So I'm in agreement with Cordula on that. But this idea of, it kind of cascading down into these low-lying areas, that's all. I think that's really strong, both from a kind of a ecological perspective, but also just an urban perspective. It might be really beautiful to be in one of those buildings and you'd have this water cascade on either side of you, right? That you could kind of see happening, especially when it really, really there's a downpour. The only other things I would say, these are like quibbly comments, but it took me a long time to figure. You were well into your presentation before I figured out where on earth your site was, and there was those series of diagrams a while ago, proposed system of development. But I guess take that. So anyway, I would just say for future presentations or whatever, I would be a little clearer about that from the outset. But I think it's I think you're really onto something. I think it's a great idea, kind of to the point where I wish they'd do it. You know, you also did a great kind of explain subsidence to dummies. That was fantastic. Everything that you suggested there was, and the way that you talked about it in a very folksy way, you know. I mean, subsidence is kind of, it's confusing to people who don't live here and don't understand, you know, and don't drive on it every day, you know. And I thought you did a great job of actually explaining that phenomenon and why it happens. So kudos.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the comment about breaking it up, because like any development that's all built at the same time looks a little weird, especially when there's no trees, you know. So maybe it is phased in a little bit more, and I don't know, not as linear. And this is just the general concept, I guess. Thanks for the comments.
I also appreciate, Luke, thank you so much for the presentation, because for somebody who's new to New Orleans, I really understood like what's the phenomenon, as Wendy was saying. It really made sense. I really appreciate like how you were explaining it, and then just also like the progression of your story. It made sense, and I'm convinced. I'm curious what that hydraulics engineer would say. So you know, that's something to because I have an uncle who is an actual hydraulics engineer. So I remember him talking about some of these instances, but you know, I'm not an expert, so that's why maybe you consult a hydraulics engineer to really think about like, would it work? One thing, again, it's very convincing. It's very radical. I'm just thinking now, next step for your portfolio, for example, that I'm curious to see, and maybe something to add later, is at the ground level of that space. In between the buildings, in that main spine in the middle, is that then how what would it look like, right? Like how do people sort of like use, yes, exactly there, right? In that middle part, maybe you can have like a couple of perspectives at the street level to show then how do people interact with that space, because that is sort of like your main argument, that it's not only like a waterway, but it's also a new urban space, which is kind of like your key argument. So I think that will then convince people more like, yeah, this will work, you know, because then it becomes sort of the front. And I think that's what's successful about your proposal, is that then you're not facing the development away from the water. You're making it as the center, so that then people treat the water as their front yard rather than their backyard, which then makes it like the space is it's more engaged, right? Or the people are more engaged with that space. So again, that's why it's really more, I'm just imagining like how you could show it in the next step for your portfolio, to make that space alive, right? Like on kind of like a ground level. And something to think about is the phasing of this project, right? Like, do you, how would you phase this? Like, do you start first with the canal, or like, you know, how do you think you might phase it in terms of the development? I don't know if you need to answer that, but I'm just curious, like, for you to think about like how will this be implemented, let's say, over time.
Yeah, I guess was that a question or was that just a comment?
It's a question, and maybe if you have time, but
to think about.
Yeah, something to think about. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Are we out of time, Margarita? Or
No, maybe. Yeah. Closing remarks. Just that I agree totally with the comments that have been done about your project. I think the water infrastructure is really clear. Perhaps a set of diagrams explaining the functioning of this aqueduct that is nothing more than a set of lakes that are moving. So you're moving water from lake to lake hydraulically in a sequence. So it's not that it's running like a river. So that is, and then down. So I think the water infrastructure being a little bit more precise of the volumes that you're moving over time, et cetera, to finish this part. And then the green infrastructure it's vague at the moment. So the green infrastructure is moving from a type of ecology of fresh water to one of brackish. So I think having this sequence of 3 perhaps heights. So the top level 25 is really fresh water, intermediate is this type of species, and low is this other type of, it's not the same. So there's a gradient there to be at least acknowledged in terms of diagram. And then the third thing, in terms of the systems, you have the water system, the vegetation system, but also the building system. So now it's a little bit, as it has been mentioned, it's a little bit tedious to have all these blocks, and then you have some towers that are squares. I think thinking more about the massing strategy that is in accordance to the different landscapes you're creating will be a plus as you move forward, to be a little bit more diverse, to not only different voices of architects, but also different massing strategies that respond to a section that you might have to study, you know, in terms of heights and the tree canopy, the type of species that you are, what is the relation between the building and the forest, because it's an urban forest. You're feeding an urban forest, and how is interaction with the trees is really important in sections. So I think that will be a nice like dialogue between logics of trees and massing of buildings. And then I think you haven't explained the topography. You are using topography on site, blah, 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 that you have missed. And then the drawing strategy is a little bit diverse, and you know, you have different drawing styles. Maybe unifying that would be great. So yeah.
Those are all really good comments. I agree that like this is kind of like a generic plan concept sort of, and going off of what you said and what Edson kind of said and what everyone said kind of is like maybe pick a section and then imagine I was given that prompt and then really design the landscape, the vegetation, and the buildings as if like I only have like 4 or a block to do. Would take it to the next step, make it more detailed.
That would be great.
Okay.
That would be great. Yeah.
Thank you for the comments, everyone.
Thank you. Moving into Erdong's proposal, have to acknowledge upfront that we have been struggling a lot with time, etc. So
yeah. Hello, my name is Erdong Chen. My design is a museum cultural infrastructure to the industrial canal of the New Orleans. It is a sad speaking of the museum, and it is located on the source side of the industrial canal. And when I searched the cultural centrality of the New Orleans, I found them concentrate on the middle of the New Orleans, the New Orleans Parade, and most of them near the Mississippi rivers, like the museum, the theater, and the gallery, and the cinema. The cinema are better than other buildings. There are 2 cinemas located on near the industrial canal, and by the map of the NOLA's cultural centrality, we can see that all of these buildings are concentrated in the middle of the New Orleans city, and the region surrounding the industrial canal is ignored by art and culture of New Orleans. So I want to put my project on this side, the side which is just close to the industrial canal. Hardly anyone lives today remembers the New Orleans before the industrial canal, and the rest of us have growing customs to seeing its river and waters amid our cityscape, and this this canal is very important to the New Orleans. The canal connected with the Mississippi River to the Lake Pontchartrain. It was once a grand vision of people from the 18th century, and it was finally finished on January 29, 1923, and it is a part of New Orleans history that should not be forgotten. It is extinct condition of the site. We can see it is near very close to residential area, and now there is a lot of warehouses on the site. And we can see there are three bridges, 1, 2, and there are 1 to 3 bridges connected to side of the industrial canal. And if someone want to arrive at the site, if he doesn't live in this residential area, and they should drive the car or take the bus, across this main road system and arrive at the site. So this direction will be the main entrance of the buildings. And I have some some ideas of the project at first, but they are both images. And first, I want to create some twisting form for this building, but I've found it is too complex and it will make trouble with the construction system, like the papers, and the twisting make it hard to notice the connection with the pillar and the graders. And the second idea is about the symmetrical system with two trapezoid, but I found it is too closed. It's not open to both the residential area and the industrial canal. I found it is hard to put the orchard with into these buildings. So I also give up it. And the final, it is the 5 final designs. As I said, there are 3 bridges near to, with this side, and I found that I can consider this 3 bridges as element and create 3 building blocks, and so I could create a triangle with these blocks, so that I could create a open space with these buildings. The also element is the overlapping. I found because that the bridge, that thing is the thing which the people could stand on it and arrive at some place. So I want my building, the roof of my buildings will be the platform for the landscape of the cities and the industrial canal, that all winters could arrive at this roof and to horizon there to open their horizons. So that's the first floor of it. My building, there are three parts of my buildings. One is the museum, and the other is the library and the gallery, and some rest space for this visitors who may feel tired when they travel on the ocean. In the third floor, the main space will be the museum, and with some platform for watching landscape. And sixth floor, there will be on the top of the building, there will be a music production area for the we all know that there's the very great musical tradition in the New Orleans. And on the roof floor, it is also a platform for the landscape that all the visitors could arrive all of the roof of these buildings. And it is the elevation plan and the section plan. The height of one floor is 4.8 meters. I consider that my building will be the bridge. It could not only the building itself, but also the other space, like the entrance square, the orchard, and it will both lead the visitors to the industrial canal. When the visitors arrive at the buildings, it will arrive at the each platform and watching the landscape of the industrial canal. And if they want to travel on the ground floor, they will arrive at they will come to the industrial canal from a wide square, and they will arrive at some increasingly narrow atrium, and in the end, they will suddenly have a much wider vision for the industrial canal. It is also a leading system as a bridge to lead the visitors to industrial canal from the urban areas. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Erdong.
Erdong, thank you so much for your presentation. One thing that I was curious about when you were shifting all of these different volumes and stacking them on each other, one thing that I was also struck was how the building also engages with the water. I'm curious if you go back to maybe just the image of the master plan. I'm curious about, let me see.
There are a lot.
Yeah, this
lot
one.
of the platform
Yeah, this
and
one.
or and a lot of and nearly mostly of them will have the good vision for the through the industrial canal. Yes, and there were also some the gardens and the Florence. There are the visitors to near the industrial canals. So the connection between the water and the buildings is not by body but by the eyes. There were the visitors will enjoying their wave of the water and canal
Right.
in each side of the building.
Right, because you're talking about the views, right? Which is like what I was showing in the blue. But this purple that I also highlighted seems to be an opportunity to engage also with the water physically. So I wonder, like the plaza that you've already identified here, is something that then how does it also connect with the water? Is something to maybe think about, because the buildings themselves are also elevated, and then how do you keep the public also then engage with the water, aside from also kind of the visual connection that you were saying. So that's something to think about, right? Like what happens, especially as they engage with the water. Is that something that's a hard stop, a hard edge? Is it something that's cascading also, like a step? And so I'm curious, like, what you thought about that. And then at the other side also is like the connection also with the neighborhood, right? Like how do you
Yes.
make sure, and I can just erase them, right? How do you make it, you encourage people to go in, right? Like how is it that you are, because it is an imposing structure relative to its neighbors, right? It's a larger structure.
Yeah.
And then so there's an opportunity to, like, what happens to like, this sort of like this avenue. Do you create landscape around it, to be able to then encourage people to enter, right?
Yeah.
So that connection is important, right? To think about, as you are also thinking about this connection to the water, right? So
Yeah.
something to think about, Erdong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the building in itself, holds a lot of merits. Like I think it's showcasing your design capabilities, but at this point, I'm not sure if it's it's, to me it's a little bit of a structure that could be anywhere. It doesn't necessarily speak of site specificity. It's picking up on some of these, the streets and the extensions of the grid, but in terms of the scale and in terms of its detailing, it feels pretty anonymous. And then to me, it's almost more of a barrier or a buffer between the industrial canal and the neighborhood, rather than a facilitator or a connector. But I think the building in itself works really well. I like it.
Yeah, I'll just be super brief. I mean, I think that there's a lot of skill shown in the development of the architecture massing wise, and some of the ideas about being able to occupy the different roof levels in the ground. There's a lot there to appreciate, but I too am, at the stage where you sort of segued, you moved from talking about the urban condition, and then this party kind of jumped out. You lost me there. I'm not really sure why and how the initial party is the ideal one for this site. But that said, you know, I think you're clearly showing a lot of skill and control over the architecture. It's just a question of whether that's the right response in this particular location.
Yeah, I think to add to that, I think that, Erdong, I think there's a disconnect clearly between the scale of the place, both topographically and in plan. So even the massing you have drawn here, I don't know where they're coming from. So when you insert your building in a site, you're not drawing the existing urban fabric, and that denotes that your design process has been very much inwards, you know, and then with the idea of this programming. But even the programming, so the same bar with the same width is holding different programs like a museum or a gallery, etc. So it's not totally convincing in terms of the relation between form and program. So I think you needed more time to analyze with more depth the site, and also more clear intentions in relation to the site, then going into the architecture. So I think, of course, yeah, you have demonstrated skills, design skills, but there's a lost thread on your narrative. But yeah, good push forward. Congratulations for that. So let's move into the next, since we are tight in time and our ambition is to arrive decently to the end in terms of timing. So we have now our two last proposals that are under the theme of Resiliency Hub and Mobility Hub, with first Mario and then Jiaqi.
I'm not able to share my screen.
Okay. If I have added an artifact, let me see. Okay, now.
Is it clear?
Full screen, perhaps? Great.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mario, and this is my project for the Future of Ports 2021 studio. So I wanted to focus on water and energy as the main issues to tackle in this project. So first, talking about this energy status in New Orleans. This is a map indicating the power distribution lines and the substations in New Orleans. As you can see, the whole landscape of power distribution in New Orleans is controlled by Entergy. Here you can see the electric transmission lines coming in New Orleans. So the only high tension line coming into New Orleans is noted in the red line. So you can see that the power system is not reliable enough in New Orleans. So here's scale the solar potential in Louisiana and New Orleans, and you can see that there is a lot of potential for solar energy cultivation and usage in New Orleans. Here's a little bit about what's happening in terms of news related to energy and water around New Orleans, the US. Also a little bit about Biden's carbon emission goals 2020. Here is some more data on Louisiana energy production estimates, Louisiana electricity generation consumption. So from these studies, we came up with the diagnosis and the hypothesis as part of the energy research team. So the diagnosis we found was the infrastructure for power transmission is weak. This leads to a lot of common power outages in New Orleans. Entergy owns the generation and transmission of energy, which augments the amount of energy used. So they have total control over energy in New Orleans. Monopoly by oil and gas companies running the present energy model prioritize financial profits over efficient and effective energy generation and distribution. The hypothesis, energy management, electrical systems, use of solar power, UPS systems, the PACE plan, which is the property assessed clean energy, microgrids, and also resiliency hubs. So this is the urban vision for the industrial canal. So this is the site I chose, and I picked the site because it has a lot of activities related to water and energy going on in the site. Yes, this is a close-up of the site location. It lies on the east bank of the industrial canal. A little bit of the existing site topography. This is the existing green belt on the site. So the main site features, and the reason I picked this site was because of the Dwyer Road pump station. The site has a riser and Entergy substation, and also Entergy has a solar field on the site at the bottom here. So I picked this site to basically deal with the issues on this site caused by these activities related to water and energy. So this is the proposed, as you know, we moved the flood wall up to 25 feet. So here's where I've integrated the flood wall into my site. I've also on my site, I have a freight track which I've converted into a streetcar line, and a little bit about the streetscape of how things are going to work on the site. So the main site focus, first site focus I focused on was the Dwyer Road pump station. So this is basically how the pump station looks and the section of the pump station. The diagnosis I found this pump station is that it does not filter any of the flood water it receives before pumping into the industrial canal. So Lake Pontchartrain receives all the waste in the flood water that's pumped from the pump stations. This is the Entergy solar field on site. The issue I found with this is that the solar field occupies a lot of valuable land which can be used for other purposes to generate income. And then we have the electrical riser and substation on the site. And I found that that it's not reliable, and during hurricanes there's a lot of issues and people lose a lot of power, and there are a lot of power shortages that people have to deal with during hurricanes. Yeah, so basically this is the diagnosis of the substation and riser. So I basically wanted to create a hybrid development that addresses all these issues on the site. So I decided to do a resiliency hub that focuses on improving the performance related to energy, water, social and economic activities on site. So the pump station is equipped with a water treatment facility to treat the flood water incoming before it's discharged into the industrial canal. The solar field, Entergy solar field, is integrated into the infrastructure of the site. So the land it occupies can be redeveloped to house people, generate income, and benefit the community. Microgrids are introduced in the site, and basically store energy generated on site. So it's stored, basically solar energy generated on sites. The stored solar energy can be accessed by the community in case the traditional grid fails in the event of a hurricane. A little bit about microgrids. Microgrids is a massive electrical network of energy sources which connect utilities. Microgrids are basically localized grouping sources of energy like solar, wind, renewable energy. Microgrids combine renewables and storage together to provide reliable power that can increase the centralized model. microgrids are more resilient and serve local demand better. Microgrids can lead to the start of de-intensification of landscape because a lot of the infrastructure around power distribution is due to the fact that there is a lack of power being supplied to people. So a lot of infrastructure goes around getting power to people. So microgrids can prevent that infrastructure from being built. So this is my proposed program. So basically, the microgrids serve these different urban blocks, and a combination of solar energy generated on site together with batteries that are provided in the substation to store the solar energy is to basically provide reliable power to the community here, and also people can access the microgrids in case the traditional grid fails. The microgrid and the resiliency hub serves as backup. The pump station treats incoming stormwater, like I said before it releases into the canal or for recreational purposes. The solar field is integrated into the hybrid development. So this is the resiliency hub. So I have the pump station here going on, and then so I have a public. So basically, I have a pump station that treats the incoming flood water, cleans it out, and then I have a public bath, and I have also storage like water bodies integrated into the development. So I have a religious center that provides the Vietnamese and Muslim community in the area. Also the community hub is basically to monitor the energy production and consumption and management. As you can see, these are the solar panels integrated into the infrastructure so that the solar field can be used.
2 minutes?
Yeah. So this is the massing and zoning of my hybrid development. So at the bottom, I have the commercial activities going on, the public bath, cafe, and also the pump station on the ground floor. And then on the first floor, I have a co-working space. And then there's residential on top of that, a little more in detail. So at the bottom, I have a public bath with facilities, and then these are stores here. These are offices, and then there's a mezzanine floor with also offices and basically all the locker rooms and everything that comes in with the public bath. And then on the first floor, I have the co-working offices and then the office terrace. And and then above that, I have apartments that go to the first, second, and third floor. Here I have hypo-style space with an amphitheater that basically connects the commercial and pump station to the community center and religious center. So this is my ground floor plan. So here is the whole community center and religious center. So the ground floor, I just have columns, and there's an amphitheater, and there's the staircase rooms. And then here I have the pump station. And so basically the incoming untreated flood water comes, as you can see in section, the water comes in under the cafe area here. So the untreated water comes in under the cafe area here, and then it gets transported into the treatment plant where it gets treated, and then the water is moved into these water bodies, and excess water can be discharged into the industrial canal. It's also clean. And then this is the mezzanine floor with just office spaces and meeting rooms and seating area. And first floor is here are the offices, the co-working area, the office terraces, and here's the residential development. And this is the on the left side you have the community hall, the prayer hall, the youth center, and these are the residential floors, second, third, and fourth floor. And here are some of the sections that I've done. Yeah, some more sections on site and some views that have so the streetcar line going in front of the hybrid development. So I want to like have like sloping road that lead into like a waterfront area with like a streetcar going, and then yeah, this whole hybrid development is also dealing with water and energy. And yeah, these are some of my views. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Maybe you can leave a more generic, more general plan or something.
Sure.
Mario, I think I also had the pleasure of seeing this before, this project, and I think one point of discussion the last time was to maybe reduce the scale and focus on the essential parts of the building. In general, you know, I would probably, you know, I think you put a lot of effort into this, right? There's a lot of things that have been looked at and worked out, which I think is great. But and I think in general, you know, I would recommend just focusing on things that really are important about this project, right? I'm not sure, you know, right? I mean, the religious center and other aspects, they are important, but you know, I think this idea of the microgrid, right? The substation, right? The pumping station rather, right? And how that works to inform, you know, the architecture, the organization of the architecture, and the surrounding context, right? What influence it has or what impact it has. To me, that's really interesting about your project. You know, the other things are, you know, they could be anywhere in any other project, you know, and you seem to be capable of resolving them. But I would be focusing on really what it is that you're after, right? Which is the breaking down, right, and the scaling down of the infrastructure and repackaging it that way. Right. That seems to be really interesting and important, and I'm not seeing enough development of that yet, or enough kind of, you know, I'm just curious about what that means, right? Architecturally speaking and spatially speaking.
Yeah, I agree with that up to a point. Am I off my mute? Yes, I am. Okay. I agree with what Cordula is saying to a point, but then I mean, I'm so intrigued, but I think your programming is extremely creative and intriguing. And so I think you could have sort of told that whole story and then kind of stopped and really and had your overall building massing to this level. But honestly, I was just dying. I was really hoping as you scrolled through to get to the place where we start to see maybe you know, more detailed views of the experience of some of these very diverse programs, you know, so like either take the public bath, I'm like, woohoo, what a great idea. Holy cow. You know, you combine a pumping station with a water filtration system. I mean, I can't believe it's so obvious. I can't believe they don't do it, but that just shows you how arrière-garde our infrastructure is in New Orleans. And then kind of have it come full circle into this, you know, public cultural social amenity of a public bath. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's like barely any public pools in New Orleans, which just blows my mind. I mean, there were like 20 times as many in Raleigh, North Carolina, where you can only swim a couple months out of the year. And
right,
know,
and then
like here,
people wonder why nobody learns how to swim.
It's crazy. And it's like, if there was ever a city in the United States should have a lot of public pools and public baths. So anyway, I really, really appreciate really all the steps that you took to kind of get to this point, this slide that we're looking at, which distributes the program, combines, you know, these Judith is really, I love the way she talks about, Judith Kennard talks about productive friction in programming. And I think you've got a lot of that going on. Things that we're not used to seeing together can kind of have interesting moments of overlap. That, you know, maybe there's part of the public pool that shares a facade or a window or a wall or something with with the chapel or the religious. At any rate, there's so much that's kind of mouthwatering as a setup. But then when we get to your few, three-dimensional renderings, I'm just kind of like, oh, but wait, you can't be done. I want you to kind of get to that next level where you take, and you couldn't do it all. There's no way. And that might be, as Cordula, I think, said very well, maybe you tried to do it all at every stage. And it's going to be such a complex building that really you couldn't do that. But if you could have fast forwarded into one or two of these really amazing spaces that you've made, like the water tanks and then the public bath and so the other thing I was going to mention in your project, I actually thought about it, but forgot about it in time to mention it with the first two was, you have actually multiple modes of infrastructure that you're dealing with, from energy to water use, water filtration, et cetera. And I don't know about these. I don't have the training to really know how viable this is, but it seems to me that if you wanted to, and if they weren't all different corporate entities, so they'd never cooperate, I don't see why you couldn't have a water plant that cleans the water and then also runs a turbine and generates energy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think there's sort of some natural overlaps and then some kind of idiosyncratic overlaps that you've made in the programming that it's really exciting. And I just wish you had another, I bet you don't, but if you had another month, to maybe really dive into a portion of this, just a portion, and really kind of make it come full circle so that we can even envision being in this amazing place. So, but that's a good place to be. Leave them wanting more. We're interested.
Thank you.
I had also very similar feelings also. My sense was that, when you arrived at the end, like, oh, he lost steam, and I understand, and time. But similarly as what Wendy was saying, it's a good jumping point for kind of like pushing it to make us feel like how it is in the experience in this space. Because like one of the things that I was curious is that then this hypostyle hall, which is very fascinating because it's not a typical sort of typology that's being used anymore. And so I was fascinated that you were then kind of bringing it back. And it makes sense in terms of like how well, because this is where the water will also then come through, and it will go through, and so it makes sense. Like, okay, then I thought that was like a great move to be able to incorporate that, and then what it looks like. So maybe like one thing that you can do is that maybe show like when it's flooded, and then when it's not flooded, the kind of life that's there. When it's not flooded, to prove your point that this kind of space transforms, which I think is like what you're trying to show. It might not just have communicated that well, but I can see it. I can see that's what you're trying to say. So maybe help us, and maybe for your portfolio is to show then kind of like a before flood and after flood, or during the flood might be helpful. The amphitheater, it just reminds me also of like the stepped water wells in India, right? There's just so much reference to that, and I don't know if you were consciously using that.
In India, we do have a lot of amphitheaters that do look like step wells, so I kind of was inspired from that too.
Mm-hmm. Because I thought that was such I can see it, but you didn't necessarily explicitly say it, but I kind of thought that was like a a reference that.
No, you're right. That was a reference.
Mhm. And then, yeah, the perspectives. I think that will be the place to continue afterwards. Yeah, but otherwise, like just integrating. I think there's a lot of things that you had to put together, and that I think that's so commendable. Like to prove it that these things can come together. So that is very challenging. So I commend you. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you, Mario. So let's have a look at the last project in our last 20 minutes for Jiaqi.
Yeah, hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Jiaqi, and I know it's late. I'll try my best to explain myself as quick as possible. So
you have 20 minutes, like everyone else.
Sure. So my topic is Intermodal Servo Hub, which I made this logo, and I hope this can explain all my ideas about the 6 transportation systems in the site. So first of all, talking about the 6 mobility systems on the site. So as we all know, we have 6: the highway, the bus and streetcar, biking systems, railway system, marina system, and walking systems. So let me expand each of them. So the highway systems, we can see that the green lines on the whole cities, and I pointed out the 2 highway US 90 at the I-10. So based on the research, both I-10 and 90 connect the east and the west part of Americas. And so they're actually doing some important transportation work there in the New Orleans cities. And then about the bus and streetcar systems, we can see there's a lot of things happening, but on our side across the Industrial Canal, there's only several bus lines that actually cross them. And it's surprisingly that we can see some of the buses like the 162, 65, and 64, they're both connecting the French Quarter areas with to the East New Orleans areas. Well, the 80 and 94 are both connected from the lake to the south areas. So it's surprisingly that they're all like tourism areas. And then something very disappointing to me is about the streetcars, that we can see there's only streetcar 5 line that is on the bottom of the Industrial Canal, and also it's not serviced now. So I think that's like a pretty special thing in New Orleans. I really hope it can make more works on the Industrial Canal side. And then it's the biking systems. We can see on this map, there's a lot of biking lines in the more like central areas, but then it's just pretty that along the Industrial Canal, there's no any connections between the 2 areas on the part. So there's another problem I want to solve in the future. So yeah, that's just show more clear about the site. And then the railway systems, and we all know that we have the NOPB, the New Orleans Public Belt Railway connects directly 6 large railroads with as known as the class 1 first, and it's connected to the east part and the west part from Seattle to Boston. So there's a lot of very wired connection of the railway systems in the city. So it's another important transportation system. And we can see that resuming to the city, we have a lot of train lines across the whole Mississippi River, the Industrial Canal. And there's some trains travel across the Industrial Canal, which could be another key point for my design. So yeah, just make it more clear. We can see we have the CSXT passing through the Industrial Canal with the NOPB just go along the whole way. But this train line will be not functional in the future based on the news. And then about the marina system, that's the last one. We have 2 marina systems, but both on the lake side. So there's no any parking areas for ships to go into the industrial canal, which I want to change that in the future. Yeah, so that's the map and the images of the current two marinas. So here comes to my design concept. Pretty clear, straightforward, is to build a city transportation hub that can provide easy transportation between the 6 transportation systems in New Orleans, and also create a multifunction city hub that can provide more open space for the citizens. So there's gonna be a lot of map between my ideal like before map and after map. So this will be the highway system, and I want to create a more tight connection along the industrial canal side. So yeah, it just looks more bright. And then for the bus and streetcars, as I talked about, there's no streetcar go across the city, go along the industrial canal. So I want to change that not functional NOPB railway line into a new streetcar line, so people like tourism can actually enjoy this type of transportation systems while enjoying the view around the industrial canal, and also connecting the north part of the lake areas to the French Quarter areas connected on the bottom. And then it's a biking system. So yeah, of course, there will be a green belt along the industrial canal. So those could also be the biking roads for future. And then the railway system. So we have an existing CXFT road line go across. So I'm gonna keep it, but change a little bit based on my design. And then also adding 2 new marina systems, 2 new stops that private ships and boats can park there. Yeah, so just mix everything together. I really want to make the industrial canal looks more connected, and the transportation system can be changed from one to another as easy as possible and make this area more active. So here is my site in the middle of the industrial canal, just on the position with the rail systems. So let's look close. So here's my site, and based on the angle of the blocks and the 2 existing highway, I create a new hexagon pattern things along the whole side. It's 6 transportation systems, so 6 hexagon. And the size of the hexagon is half size of a regular blocks, which is 150 feet. And based on those grades, I created my project as this. So I'm gonna explain each of them in the following pages. So first of all, super clear, there will be a rail station underneath the existing highway. And then I add a new bus station, which could be like buses travel across cities and states, not those regular city buses. And then I add some new bus stops and also some streetcar stops. And then I have some multifunctional buildings like apartment buildings, shopping areas, and like office. There's just so many possibilities could happen on the site. And then I add those little public pavilion things happen on the site, which create a more interesting space for citizens to enjoy. And then here is the green space along the side. I want to make the industrial canal side be the part of the green belt, so there will be a lot of green space covered. Yeah, and then here is the ground level set plan, and we can see the transportation things more clear. So the black part will be the solid areas, with the dashed line will be the flat wall areas. And then, so here will be the new highway systems around the side with parking lots everywhere. And then combined with the new bus systems and the bus stops, and adding the biking lines, adding the rail systems, and adding 2 marinas. So that is the whole new transportation system that I created on the site. And then talking about the water system, so we can see this is images between Katrina, and we'll know that we don't have, like on the underneath section, we can see that the water is coming from the east, just go too strong, and the wave just break the original water flood wall, and the water coming to the cities. But
2
nowadays,
minutes? 2 minutes?
yeah. Okay, nowadays we are adding a new flood wall systems on the side, so it can reduce the wave. But except for those, I adding a new wave breaker systems on the industrial canal side that can actually help reduce the power of the streams on another scale, another level. And here it's a section. And then I did some research about this wave breaker things, and there's many existing examples that they're already using this method, and it works. And this is how it's working, like reducing the wave, and so it will be more protected and functional. And then about the project details, so this is the bird's eye of my whole site views, and I create a new highway circles around, so to make the city more connected. And then this is the plan of the rail stations, have the ground floor for the tickets, sitting and lobby areas. And then second floor is more like connection to the platforms, and then having some offices and shops perhaps. And the third floor will be more like office areas. And about the structure, so it sounds interesting here. I built the building underneath the highway. So this is the highway. I use the existing columns to create a new mega beam column systems like those, and then adding the platforms, and yeah, that's it. So here it's a section of the plan, which I hope looks clear, but yeah, so this one we can see the floodwall in the center. I have the new streetcar lines go across with the parking on the side. So, and the train will also go across that cave. And here is the random of the train stations and the interior ones with the mega beam systems, and the skylight will penetrate nature sunlight inside the buildings. And yeah. And then the last part is about my bus station. It's on the left, and then I have some possible apartment buildings, things, and pavilions, happens. And here's some renderings of the view. That's the bus stations, and that will be the pavilion things. So have green space, trees, and people can have a marketing underneath it. So yeah, that will be the industrial canal green park area view. So yeah, that's it. Thank you. Whew.
Thank you, Jessie.
Jatsi, that's very impressive too.
I know, it's so much stuff.
Yes, and that's why like it's so impressive to see how you're juggling all of these different modes of transportation and putting them together and clustering them so that then they connect. So I think I commend you for tackling that and really understanding all of the different modes of system. So one thing that I wanted to ask quickly is that then these are all like the bus station, the train station, they're all in different parts, though they are all close to each other. But they're open. Is that right?
Yes.
So what happens when it rains? If I am, let's say, traveling from the bus, I want to get on, let's say, Amtrak to go to somewhere else, and then maybe like, a streetcar. I'm curious, like what happens when it rains?
Oh, so yeah, to be honest, at first I was thinking about like putting all the system into one connected building. So it's more like a rail hub since with everything connected. Then I think, because I don't know, I feel like in the American people are like driving more than just
Well,
walk.
don't assume that, right? Because for
Okay,
example, like
yeah.
I don't drive. So for me, like I'm
Okay.
imagining like this is really important for me. Like I
Okay.
use the bus, I use the streetcar. So consider that. Don't assume that everybody will be driving their car. And so you need to be able, I think, to connect the different components. Because even if they're driving, if they're transferring from one mode to the other, they will still be walking through the pedestrian level. So think about like how, again, very simple sort of condition of when it rains, and it rains a lot in New Orleans, what
Yes.
happens. So think about that, right? Because it's a very practical question,
Mhm.
and it really will affect also your proposal, right? And then I don't know if you've seen, but there is a proposal to expand the bus system called New Links. And so I don't know if you've taken that into consideration, how they are proposing some of these expansion, and they are proposing a bus intermodal, or like at least a in the Desire Parkway area. So I just wasn't sure if you looked at that,
Mhm.
but I just wanted to point out that they are trying to expand the bus system. So,
Sure.
but otherwise, like really I commend you for juggling all of these different systems.
Yeah, so probably could add some more like I don't know, some more pavilion things for people to work underneath them. I don't know, like bridge.
Yeah, interconnected walkways,
Yes.
but just make sure there's like a protected walkway to connect them.
Sure. Thank you.
I just want to say I too am extremely impressed. This is a very thoroughly researched project that you did bring all the way to the end. You're also giving us some beautiful renderings of the final project, and at the axons, the kind of layered axons that show what's happening at the different levels is really useful. I think that Edson is, in his with his pinpoint accuracy, has maybe identified one of the few things that maybe escaped you, which I'm amazed at. But he's true, a perspective or two that puts you on the ground more in the depth of the project as you're transferring from this place to that. And I think there's the question of rain cover and shade, but there's also, I think, the potential of those little pavilion-y things to kind of sprout, little pop-up kiosks. So, I mean, if New Orleans is both addicted to and really good at one thing, it's feeding and watering people, So it seems like you could link your at grade pavilions with some sort of rentable kiosks for taco stand, for smoothies or whatever.
Yeah.
I have to say, I mean, as the last project, I think you really see the kind of full potential in this project of really understanding these kind of urban scale systems and how they might suggest, and in your case, you recognized a confluence of these. Some are existing and some you're kind of introducing in a way that's really masterful and convincing, and also seems architecturally promising. I mean, I think that there is another level of getting kind of on the ground on what would it be like to be really either in one of those buildings or walking underneath them. But I mean, honestly, my hat's off to you. When you were talking about all those different types of transportation and showing those diagrams, I mean, I was like, wow, it seems like you really have mastered an understanding of how all of those things can be happening, and they all have their own pace and geometry and turning radiuses relative to the vehicles that are going on them. Anyway, very impressive project. I really enjoyed
you. Thank you very
much.
much. Yeah, I really like the idea for the pavilion. Like that's what I was planning for. Like it could be marketing things like shops.
Yeah, it'd be great for tourists. I mean, you could have a little postcard and Mardi Gras bead type. You could have all sorts of things in there that would really make it come to life at the ground level.
Yes, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a worthy project to complete this whole sequence over the course of the afternoon, because I think it really demonstrates what it means, as part of the research studio's agenda to move, from a very broad, analysis and agenda, right? And then really, like, first of all, clearly visualize all these different, findings and strands of research, and then really bring them together first, as a more comprehensive plan, and then also demonstrate the potentials in more detailed form, right? So the arc of the narrative, right, and the arc of the research, I think it's just really well done. I think I said that the last time already. The presentation is really convincing. It's a long presentation, but it's comprehensive. The only thing I would say is, and again, I'm in full support of the program that you've chosen and the way you argued for it. It still feels a bit kind of disconnected internally to me. I think we brought that up the last time. I think there's so much potential to say, and like through the different modes of transportation, right? But like how do you loop through the site? And I understand this is vehicular, right? So we don't want to necessarily encourage a million cars to drive through the site, but at some point maybe you leave the car and you continue as a pedestrian, or like it seems like there's the opportunity to connect the different strands of transportation throughout the site, and what presents, at least in my opinion, itself currently as like a series of somewhat isolated instances, right? To really stitch it together, right? And it might have to do with that, some of these ramps just end in the mud.
And that's the model problem. Like,
oh yeah, it's the visualization. No, but you know what I mean. You don't have to
connect it to the existing road, and
yeah. So I think to summarize, I think the project is actually more convincing to me in plan. Although I think we also said the last time that there's some. I think you put up some canopies now, but there's some areas where, right, it's not quite clear what happens here. So, right, really, connecting the different strands, the different programs, the different modes of transportation throughout the site. I think there's a potential there that, certainly in a 3D visualization, to me, is not quite captured yet. The plan, I think, is starting to do a better job of negotiating, the geometries and the scales and the directionalities, but so that's where I see potential, right, to connect it more.
Sure.
But overall, congratulations. It's comprehensive, and I think you accomplished a lot.
Thank you very much.
So since we're arriving to the end, I would ask perhaps final conclusions from our guests. Edson, Wendy, Cordula, even Cordula have maybe done it already, but last push on general comments for everyone. So looking at the chat, we have the list of projects, the water harvesting, civic nodes, urban joints, city bridges, inhabited water infrastructure resiliency hubs, mobility hub. So that have been within this course of the research studio. Advice for next steps and for students.
Well, I'll say a few things. There were a whole series, when malls started to seem like they were going down the tubes as a building type. Of course, they haven't. They're still alive and well, for better or worse. But there was a period there where they thought, just the economic model had become obsolete. And so all of these architects were doing these proposals and kind of visionary design ideas about what to do with the mall as a thing in the landscape when malls don't work anymore. And it took me all afternoon to kind of figure out that in some ways this is sort of the post-port metropolis. It's there was very little talk of an actual operating port and how you would function with other kinds of programmatic pieces, urban pieces around that. I think that, let's see, I think Chris, maybe you said it most forcefully, is like, look, no, they go to Houston, they go to, Chris and Simone both said this, that we're sort of in a post New Orleans port context to a large degree. And so therefore, these areas adjacent to these waterways become, very much akin to the post-industrial swaths of cities. When production, manufacturing moved out of this country, the waterfronts in Pittsburgh, PA, all the steelers, et cetera, et cetera. It puts it in a vein of that kind of thinking and design, disciplinary thought. And I think that's incredibly exciting because it puts it in, it becomes, in a way, it's quite specific. It's about New Orleans and it's about, port cities and port areas within cities, but it's also part of this larger body of work and body of research about what do we do when there's a major change in kind of in industry that causes us as urban citizens to have these large swaths of the territory that are not usable for their primary for their initial function and not easily changed or remediated for current use. So from that standpoint, I consider all of these visionary projects about how do you deal with that kind of general situation. And I think it's very exciting along those lines. I want to compliment you all as a group and your professor in the really close research and analysis that you had. I know that, if you're all design students, so I'm sure that many of you thought, okay, 2 or 3 weeks, like, let's get to the design, for crying out loud. And the one thing that I think you all had without exception was a really thorough, clear, well-researched, body of work that laid out the problem and the conditions for design. Now, some of you at that point, probably because of developmental level, where you are in the program, we're able to make that really convincing leap into proposals from all of those stated criteria. And that by the proposals, I mean also the creation of program as well as the actual manifestation in architecture and urban design. But you all had that first phase, which I think that's what you can't skip that step and have a viable or persuasive proposal. So again, my hat's off to all of you and to Margarita to make sure that step didn't get glossed over, didn't get, dumbed down in any way. It's an impressive body of work. And I think you'll take all these lessons with you forever. It really made an impression on me and I learned a lot. So thank you for the invitation. I'm glad that I was able to join you today.
Thank you, Wendy.
I'd also like to echo and amplify what Wendy said. And I also was very impressed with the level of research and the translation of that research. So I highly commend all of you for doing that. And then the other part that I was also impressed is the level of ambition, the kind of vision that all of you were proposing. I think you should continue doing that because in showing this ambition, then you're able to show the possibilities of the site, and I think that's precisely sort of the point also of the studio. And then maybe just a last kind of suggestion for everyone is that I love the idea of the master plan and then the aerial view, but I think one part that all of you can benefit in pushing as kind of an urban design level is also looking at the street view and at the level of the experience of people in the spaces and the kind of the master plan that you're doing. So that's something that you can add maybe afterwards. What would, like try to put a person in the middle of that, in the middle of that walkway, but what would the street look like, and to continue the conversation, and also to be more convincing that it will work with people, right? Because then, as much as like part of this is also about like how you're trying to bring people to the place, and that's what you're also trying to convince whoever is like looking at your project, that the experience of the people in your space will work, right? And although I jokingly said with Jachi earlier about like the rain, but that's something that people will look at, right? Like it will rain, and what will happen. So and I think that sometimes we forget because we're so we're kind of like so invested in the aerial view that we forget the street level. So that's something that I would love and push everyone to continue, and kind of like the next step for their projects, because the beginning part and the possibilities, you've all it's very convincing already. So I think to kind of push and completely sort of convince then the audience is then to say like, okay, it will work at the level of the person and the people who's going to use this space. So that's my advice to everyone. And otherwise, congratulations, and Margarita, congratulations, such a impressive studio.
Despite me, you have it done.
Because of you, Margarita, right?
Probably. Yeah.
I subscribe to everything that both of my colleagues just said. And thank you so much for the invitation, and congratulations to Margarita and all the students.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you so much. So it's super late. I really appreciate you being so many hours with us, and we've learned a lot. At least I've learned a lot. Having when you're in a pipe tunnel with all the themes so close together is really, really important to have feedback from outside and fresh eyes on the work. So that's really a privilege. So thank you so much. I will perhaps continue with the student for 5 minutes or so, and see you soon in person during the break.
Holidays, everybody. Happy break.
Happy holidays.
Congratulations.
So students, if you can stay just a moment. Congratulations on everything. So yeah, you did amazing push, amazing at all levels. So I don't know, I cannot breathe. I'm super, super excited. All the drawings, perspective sections, is like, wow. It's better not to say anything and leave you alone to work. So you will make it better than me chasing you. So yeah, great, super great. I just wanted to say that, I mean, during this time working together in that month, this period of several months, to say that for good or for bad, we are tied together. Even if we don't see each other in years, we are, for good or for bad, tied together, because we have, this collective enterprise in which you have created this series of public spaces, ideas, etc. They will be there in this, embedded into this vision plan for New Orleans. The idea here is now to make a publication out of it in the coming year, and so we'll probably contact you back and for extra or polishing some drawings, etc., etc. So yeah, first of all, congratulations. Second, happy to be part of the enterprise. And I wanted just to have 5 minutes for you to have your feedback on the studio and the struggles. And some of you have struggled more than others, and themes some were more difficult than others, etc., etc. So open floor for comments. even what you thought about the feedback. Eric, come on, you're almost there. Don't get caught up with Cordula's comment.
For me, Margarita, for me, it was a great experience because I was from another part of the world, and being with you guys and in such a great studio class, it was a great experience. I really appreciate all your efforts, and it was great for me. And I learned a lot from you and all other students. It was great. Thank you very much. And the feedback I get from all professors today, it was great. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Critiques or disappointments, struggles?
I think it was pretty good. I feel like I wasn't really motivated until like the last 2 weeks to like really push and develop my idea. One thing that I wish was better was I wish that we had access to the resources from last year a little better, easier, like their research and then some of the documents probably could have helped a little bit. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty happy with the project. I feel like I'm at a mid-review stage and I need to develop it more. So.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I understand this studio to be a little bit of change of mindset that takes time. The kind of system thinking is not obvious.
I actually really love this studio. This was kind of what I thought Tulane would offer based on like their position in New Orleans and their like commitment to sustainability like throughout all of their marketing. Like when I first came here, I thought like all of the studios were going to be like this one. So I was really excited to actually be able to take it. And I just really love the project and the content.
Yeah, me too. I found the studio really interesting. It was like my first urban scale project I worked on. I honestly I try to get the programming like right a lot, and in that process, I didn't leave enough time to basically do renders and make my views look good. That's the only thing I wish I had done. Like maybe stopped after a point of like trying to rectify the program and just produce good renders. But yeah, I enjoyed the feedback also and the class studio. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It wasn't working for the first couple minutes. Yeah, Margarita, I've known you for a couple of years now, so like it was nice being able to work with you and being able to learn alongside you. And I think that was something that, and I mean, I know no one in here will know Javier, but like same thing with Javier. When I learned alongside him, it was like kind of this idea of pushing the boundaries and being able to kind of like push the possibilities of what design means, which is something that you don't really always get when you are working in a studio, and I think that that's kind of one of the more valuable lessons that that I've gotten, and it's basically how to think up in the clouds but also bring it down to earth in some way, and I think that that's extremely important, and regardless of the feedback, it's I know how I feel about how everything went in the studio, and it doesn't really there's no backwards thinking for me, I guess. Everything has its I guess silver lining, so yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, took me a while to come around to this scale, but it's essentially the same comment that it allows you to be more imaginative almost, and you can just take this leap of faith that, okay, here's the master plan with all these wild geometries, just go with it. That's been good to just, it's just an exercise at the end of the day. I mean, in 2100, if that's the vision, it's a long way off. So we're just, I don't know, it's just to not have to think with so much detail is nice. And going forward in projects, it's like, okay, now we know how much research needs to take place to try and hone that in so we can have time to develop whatever project it may be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's complex because in the almost all the proposals are not typical pieces of architecture. They are borderline architecture infrastructure. And sometimes is architecture infrastructure, green infrastructure, sometimes is architecture electric infrastructure, sometimes is, it's like architecture and water infrastructure. So it's almost a new archetypes that do not exist yet in many ways. So that's why somehow it's difficult to get into that architecture scale because there are no many references on that type of project, I guess.
Right. I mean, I guess for me, this semester or this studio has been fairly interesting. I'm sure even you would know, you've seen me come and panic in front of you and literally probably almost break down and not knowing which direction I'm heading in. But I mean, overall, I really enjoyed this studio. But what I enjoyed the most, I guess, would be the discussions with you, that the one-on-one discussions that we had with. I started to sort of realize that what I appreciated the most, or what I was most blown away by, was like your ability to like conceptualize certain design and like conceptualize ideas and things like that, which I really enjoyed doing. Which I was always like so surprised by, like, oh yeah, I would have never thought of that if you hadn't told me. And those sort of things I really enjoyed, like being given a view on something which I would have probably never had. So that was really exciting. And I don't really like urban scale projects because it's too big for me to think, which is really fun for me in this semester, like sort of break out of that sort of cocoon of urban scale projects. Because the only other urban scale project I've done before this I've done two. One was in my office and one was in undergrad, and I didn't like those. and to come back into urban design, the first studio of my master's program, was really funny to me. And then I was like, okay. In the end, I'm like Luke said. I mean, I think only in the last 2 weeks or last maybe post mid review did I actually start enjoying my design, or I actually start enjoying my project in the whole. Like till that time, I didn't really I was not attached to it in any way. I was. Because I was so lost with the project, I didn't feel any attachment towards the project. So I guess it took me some time to come around to liking my own work, or it took me some time to come around to accepting my work, I guess.
Interesting.
But yes, thank you. I must say thank you. I forgot.
No worries.
Yeah, so for me, I think this is my first open space project that is more like an urban design things. Pick your own site, doing your own design at no requirement at all, which makes me feel so nervous at the beginning. And I feel kind of too ambitious. I feel like I should design a lot of stuff, but in the end, I do lost a lot of things. And I think I still need the power to control my mind, because always flip around. So yeah, but anyway, it's a very great experience working with you, Margarita. Thank you very much.
Definitely, thank you for this semester. It was really cool getting to work with this area in this way. Like I said, in my crit, just my neighborhood, but I'd never been given the outlet with it was very open with the prompt, but a little bit of a guiding hand. So it was nice to approach it that way.
Yeah, especially I think your contribution to grounding these crazy hypothetical idea into the reality must have been tension, no? For you to think that about, on the one hand, you see the post-industrial future, something that is almost alien, and then the reality, perfectly well, no? And then landing this artifact inside and gentrification, that collapse of the ambition and the ideal in 30 years and the reality, it must have been.
It's a hiccup. It's honestly a hiccup overall to the design process, and it's something that I do need to get a little bit looser with, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm missing anyone. Erdong, his closed window. Erdong, come on, last day you can open your window at least. Are you here? Okay, so if it was not for Omicron, we would have you were invited to be home to have drink or something. So we have to do something, even if it's after break. You have a drink at home, the studio team. So even if you're in another studio, we'll manage to do that and to celebrate the end of the semester in a way that is not that of now, like a screen. So that I owe you cava champagne with something at home. So count on that. I will send an email to book, so you can book your time for that one. And so just happy holidays. And so for submissions, I will send a link for uploading your files and so on. So between that deadline for uploading files, in this bracket of time, you can complete whatever work you want to do, either views and personal views or whatever you think you consider good to finish the full circle. So I'm available at any point from now to the beginning of the semester for any consultation or desk or whatever to finish that. So and with that, I would close the day. Unless you have a last comment. Look.
I'm just going to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you
Thank you
all.
so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you for a great semester.
Definitely looking forward to working again.
And have a good drink. We have to have a drink.
Yeah.
Enjoy your evening.
Definitely gonna have some drinks tonight.
Yeah. If we cross one each other, we don't know, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Take care.
Bye, y'all. Happy holidays.
Take care. Happy holidays.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.